Good evening, builders. We're back with some more Songs of Six. Last time around, we kind of consolidated our rule a little bit. We are now in charge of 3 separate cities, 4 if we count our capital. We had a bit of a diplomatic crisis with Slibin taking over a warlike ruler and really banging the drums at trying to attack us. I think we managed to settle that off by building an embassy and flattering the crap out of them, but who knows how long that will actually last. So for the time being, we're happy enough with that. We are needing to get things under control. We're okay on these 2, and you say you're okay, but is that actually true? Let's see. 57% loyalty. Okay. That is coming in, let's say. The city proper is doing better. We have shaved down our labor shortage to 217. We did learn from Gray last time. Part of what's going on with that is the auto employees. If a place is wanting to auto employ a stupid amount of people, that's all counted up here. So these aren't necessarily true jobs, although they would be better if we had filled them, obviously. So we've kind of slowed down a little bit, and we're trying to build up our foundation some. One of the ways we're doing that is via a lot of cut stone. We've gone around and upgraded all of our stages just for a relatively cheap, easy happiness increase. Do I have a stage right? Okay, we have 1 to go, but maybe we'll let this one be for the time being. I would like to do shrines next. To do that, we need like 5 more points. In fact, we might actually have that now that I look at our points up here. Worshipping with style is 60 knowledge. No, never mind. We still need that. Man, okay. 60 knowledge is what we need. So I believe if this actually hired to full, we would be there. And or if they were getting their leather properly, which should be getting better. One of our big projects was we added in a bunch more ranches. These are slowly ramping up. It takes a while for them to start producing at full tilt, but we're working on it. We are not fully employed here very well. Maybe some more humans might be in order. Yeah, I'm allowing 1,000. Maybe we would need a few more. So that's another avenue. We definitely got a lot more people in than last time. Another big jump that we could get in the near-ish future is to get our clay pit staffed further. We're only down 5 now, but we're not storing any clay. So the clay is basically just getting used up as soon as it's collected. So that's a little unfortunate. We did add another training ground for 50 more conscripts, and I don't believe... Let's look here. Yeah, one of our humans is still in the field. Our local force is back, as are our Dondarians. Again, I would like to just keep increasing this, but we're going to slow our roll here a little bit and see if we can't stabilize some. That rapid expansion was good, but yeah, I kind of outstripped myself. One of our main problems we've been having with the labor shortages is logistics. My logistics keep breaking, and because my logistics are broke, we need more people to do the logistics inefficiently than if we were doing it efficiently. So we are trying to get that better. For example, this loading station moving grain in is one attempt. It's helping, but same problem. I need more laborers to be doing it. We are starting to see the bread flow, but obviously we are definitely not there yet. So yeah, we're working on it is the best I can say about that. If we could get pottery up and running, we could do several upgrades to the stores. Another big one we caught last time. My food stalls aren't cutting it. They're not cutting it at all. Yeah, I just grossly underestimated what we were going to need for that. So hopefully that'll help. We did also, within our new conquered area, start, in theory, getting mushrooms. I think we're eating them the second they get here. I think we're set up properly that we should be getting them. We shall see on that. Does it tell me? let's see. So yeah, we have the mushrooms. We would like more, obviously, but we were having loyalty problems. So we're gonna have to let this loyalty figure itself out a little bit, and then we'll see if we can up the mushroom production. If all I get from this place is mushrooms, I would be happy with that. So hopefully that'll be the case. We also did get, obviously, our cut stone up and running, and our stone is looking a lot better, actually. Net of 350. Okay, we could probably turn this down a smidgen. Yeah, let's go to like 35 workers there. I could probably lower that even more, but let's get some surplus built up. We've collected most of the freestanding stone on the map, so we're gonna need to mine it from here on out. We also have gyms exposed, so a gym mine could be another way that we could get people happy. I think, doesn't everyone like gyms? No, you want jewelry. Oh, you snobby humans. Let me check in with chat here. Hey, Shinosuke? Rice Anderson says, I have a tilapia city of 5K. Nice. Very nice. The biggest I've ever gotten is probably this city, I think, or maybe my Mivian city was somewhere similar. So we're definitely in new waters in terms of mechanics. I don't know if in pure numbers I'm higher, but I'm right at the edge of as big as I've ever been. He also says, been doing really well in my recent city. Nice. I definitely think I will try to be more aggressive. I like to build like self-sufficient things, and this game obviously rewards imports very strongly, very, very strongly. It is much better that we take in that raw resources and save 50 workers or 100 workers to process it rather than trying to produce it ourselves. Hey, Gray. The clay pit's degrade is 50%. Do we have a janitor problem? We do have a janitor problem. That is actually a fair thing, yeah. Now, is this a because I don't have janitors, or is this a because I need to build some more janitors? That is a great catch. Okay, we can definitely janitor up there. What's going on over here? Are you just not good enough? We're not fully hired. He wants cut stone. Says it's not available, but he has some. Okay. Yeah, we need to deal with that. I think we're gonna put another little janitor in right here. That's a good catch. I totally missed that. Thank you. All right, we'll just nab you. What is your wall? You have a mud wall. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. I always forget this one. So we want you. It was the structures. Yeah, and we want wood building, convert. There we go. Does that mean I have other janitors that are wonky? I sure do. You know what? Do I have wood? I have wood. They hate mud anyways. This will make them a little bit happier. Okay, that should be everybody. I don't think... Probably should throw another janitor in this area too while we're at it. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So copy area, that, grab it. Please fit, please fit, please fit. Yes! Yes! Okay, I'm very happy about that. I'll put a janitor there, and I think we'll probably just need one on this side of town anyways. We'll plunk one in there too. And then this Dondarian one, we need to look at that also. How are you? Oh, no. How are you feeling? You're also feeling a little stretched. Not as bad, but definitely there. Are we not fully employed? Oh no, that's a house. Hang on. Where is my janitor up here? That could be... Okay. Okay, yeah, we need to add a janitor up here too. Boy, good thing you said something about that. Okay, so for a janitor, that is a 3x6 with my current design. Let's go ahead and set one of those, dig in a 3x6. All right. Nice catch. Imports from other nations generally become replaced by other regions as you take over. Yeah. Definitely. Like I said, trade in the early game is great, but you have to sell something. Whereas once I've got these people conquered, it's kind of self-sustaining. Of course, you know, if I ever lose those places, we're going to be absolutely screwed, but, you know, just win, lol. Yeah, having them just drop things off. Oh, there's a bread delivery. Having them drop things off, just even that alone is saving me so many workers. Innovation will complete tier 1 and basically be a 50% increase to production. Okay, we could take a peek at that at some point. For sure. Yeah, look at all these swimmers. I think we had a heat wave right at the end of last time. That's probably what's going on with that. Yeah, letting this stone go up. I really want these guys to get what I need so that we could get to that extra knowledge. I really don't want to build another building. And it looks like it is going up, but slowly. We're at 27 out of 30. Even getting better leather deliveries might help, although probably not that much. Okay, let's... Do we let some more humans in, or do we invest? Well, okay, let's let a few more humans in. We'll go up to 1,200 humans. I need to get these fully staffed. So this is food and hopefully knowledge. We could appoint a noble. I think we've used up our nobles at the moment. So our nobles are used. Although maybe now we could change our woodcutter, since most of our wood is being imported now. That could be a way to do it. So Master of Laboratories, we would want them to be library. Boost 50 workers in your laboratory with 0.25 each. Right, so I need the knowledge, so that would be from here. When do we get more nobles? That's innovation, or I guess some free points would work too. At 2,200, we're just going to get some freebies. We'll get 6 more nobles and 50 knowledge and 50 innovation. Yeah, we're getting close to full employment. That's up to 28, so it's slowly going up. And I've okayed another 200 humans, so hopefully that'll cascade in. Okay. Bread is not huge. We're getting our harvest in now. That's good. And we actually had, I don't know if we had that to 0 or if that still had a little bit. We might be looking at expanding this, but how are we doing on jobs here? Okay, those are all manned at least. How about down here? Not quite, but not horrifically so. And you guys are actually okayed, right? Yeah, they can go up to 600, so they're not maxed out either. And the Dundarians also could go to 500. So we have room, we just need to entice, basically. Hey, Slice, good evening. How you doing, man? It is super smoky at my place today. Not from the fire we had here, but from somewhere else. I'm not sure where this current crop is, but it was like walking out into fog, so it's gross today. Of course, right before Tuesday being the day that I have to do property maintenance, big mowing. I mow about 2 acres every week or two. Spokane is in eastern Washington, so I'm not close, but I'm not far. I'll just say that. I'm not affected by those fires, although this could be Spokane smoke, I suppose. I heard the fires were horrific. I have not had time to really look at the news, but somebody texted me and asked about it. See if we could get some grain production and then delete half the grain fields. That will save you labor. It's too bad that we don't have more logistical options. And I wouldn't delete them anyways. I think I would just turn off their employment. Vegetable farm, right. Okay, help me track as we play. If we run out of vegetables between seasons, it would be really nice if we didn't. We could also help that a little bit by turning off vegetables for the humans. Yeah, look at this. This red is no good. We do not like that red. So I need even more food distribution is what that's saying. I'm willing to say maybe we let that ride for a little bit just to see if it'll work its way through, but I bet you we just need more. This is pretty well stocked though. 6330. Why do you have fruit? Hang on a second. No, don't bring fruit over here. I will let you continue to do veggies, but I don't want the fruit. Are you guys doing something dumb too? No, just that guy. Okay, and the new janitors, it's hiring, but we don't have one currently. All right. We picked up about 80 humans already, so it'll happen. All right, you guys still at 28. You're killing me, Smalls. What other innovation would be worthwhile, I suppose? So, grain tech could be a thing. 8.7 workers if we spend 1 point. And we're sitting on a bunch of innovation that's not doing anything. So that could be a big maybe. Herb farms, I may end up having to do some herbs. They're really expensive. We'll see on that. Some basic cotton farming. We don't really have enough cotton for that to be worth our time. I do kind of agree that grain makes sense. Auric farming could be another one. 6.5 workers. 1.6 workers per point spent. We are probably going to stick to those, at least until I can turn leather off of being needed for science, which, where is that upgrade? Let me look. Is that something we could do? We could just focus on paper, and if we didn't need leather, we could change those over to pure meat farms, so that could be an option. Weapons would be another one. If we switch to... Right now we're using warhammers that are the junky makeshift ones. It would probably be better to make real warhammers, or probably even better than that, switch to one of these actual weapons. The metal armor would also get me off of leather. 16 innovation. What do you do? Just make smithies a little more efficient, but that would get me to full plate. I don't hate that. Pot making. Of tons of innovation, complete grain and veggies. How does DC Streak, welcome in. How does this game compare to RimWorld? Is it harder, easier, or the same? It's different. So we talked about this a little bit last time. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are colony games. You get 20 people in RimWorld, maybe, if you go pretty big. Dwarf Fortress, 100, 200, 250 maybe, before the game kind of falls apart. this game is designed to scale up to 15,000. So while there is technically a name for every person, like we could click on this guy and see things about him, you don't really care about the individuals. Even your nobles are just kind of cogs. Like you don't really focus in on them. This is more like somewhere between a colony builder, a city builder, and like a strategy game. Because there is kind of like conquest. Like we're a city state, but these guys are all tributaries of me that I have conquered. But that being said, it's still on the minuscule scale where like you're designing buildings and putting workbenches inside of them. So somewhere between a colony sim and a full city builder is kind of where I feel it lands. Gray says, don't worry about the unlocks, worry about the innovation. Yeah. I think we're employing more people to do grain than we are veggies, right? I think by quite a bit. So I think maybe the grain would be the better choice. We could bring down one of these, even if we just turned off like one field. Probably one of these guys if I had to guess. Well, we're irrigating that one quite well. You have enough for both? All right, let's do the grain one. All right, so all right, so I need to get this one to 7 to get this one unlocked. If I'm reading that right. And this would get me tools. That's another one. Having the tools available is a pretty big jump. We have plenty of tools, actually. In fact, we turned down our tool production. I'm shipping tools over, too, so that's not a big problem. Yeah, I hope that answered your question, DC. Let me know if it didn't. Oh, and good evening. Watch Dark Crystal. Oh, hope you enjoyed. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. So 4 innovation, and then we have to take you all the way to 7. Those are the 59 innovation. Should we just give them tools? 4.8 workers. Then again, if we just do this, I guess we could also afford the veggies. The veggies are really going into feeding the Cretonians, which is fine. Meat goes to humans and the Dondarians. But we are employing a decent amount. Yeah, you know what? We're not using these points. I can always forget it later. Fish would be another one that's pretty good. But the problem with fish is it only really is for Dondarians, whereas this will do leather and will get me more meat. All right, yeah, we probably should have done this a while ago. All right, that basically used up our innovation for the moment. Okay, then what do I want to try? Okay, we're not really irrigating you very efficiently. Or you. Alright, so for this guy... Oh, I see. You want to employ more people. We'll turn you down. We'll turn you down. I'm gonna need to do some fiddling here, aren't I? Okay, you're one of the least productive fields. Let's turn you down. And then we need to go through and turn these other ones up. And we'll see where we end. We're down to only 100 missing odd jobbers, so that's probably a good sign, right? Right? And we may be overproducing with this fiddled the way it is, so we may be coming back through here. Now this almost makes you think about trying to maximize stack size in Dwarf Fortress, because of the way the brewing works in that game. Okay, we also need some fiber. Okay, well, with my fiddling, didn't save us too much, but we're probably going to be able to turn more down if I had to guess. Alright, and you're definitely going to need... You guys aren't even close to being full. Let's get these ones that are in better positions. Now that actually should help the meat situation a lot. We've almost been seeing some meat in storage. If I could hire up what we currently have. Babel, no, you're literally throwing workers away? What do you mean by that? Shouldn't the more labor workers be able to work the higher efficiency field, or did I misunderstand that mechanic? Workload is at 17, or at 97, excuse me. Workload is at 100%. Yeah, no problem, DC. Thanks for the explanation. I just saw a bit of your video on the Scroll of Taiwu. I was wondering if you're streaming it. Yes, I am. We're at like, I don't know, 140 something hours of Scroll of Taiwu at this point. I think I'm nearing the end, but I still have at least a few streams left. If you like the genre, I definitely recommend Scroll of Taiwu. Why are we turning labor up in the field? If they were overemployed, we should not see the workload being at 100% though. That would be very strange to me if that was the case. Yeah, see, this one had less harvest because we didn't have the workers that we needed there. I'm gonna let this run through and see the ramifications of that, because what you're saying doesn't make any sense, that we wouldn't need the extra workers on that. At least people standing around. Okay, well, we're gonna need to let this work through for a time, because having the full amount of people here, I guess it does technically say 100%. Okay, we'll do an experiment on this field. Yeah, this doesn't calculate instantly either, so that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I want to watch this one. We're gonna leave this one. Well, that's not fully staffed. All right, I'm gonna try to remember it's this field. 18 out of 18. We'll see what it does after the year for production numbers. Oh, we've had horrendous workforce problems this entire game. Okay, let me go back to normal speed here. Okay, we are in the beginning of winter. We do have veggies, so I can't imagine this is gonna last. Part of it is, again, I'm siphoning a few veggies over to the humans, but I don't think the humans will be fed enough if I don't do that. Hopefully we're gonna see an increase in the meat. That definitely is higher than what we were at, because we were at like 8 something. This is showing 12 something. Yeah, see, like here we're at 12 out of 12 and it's at 83%. If we knock you down 1, we'll see what that's at tomorrow. Remember 1283. That's the magic number at the moment. And well, this is a little easier to follow than that other spot. Okay, humans still have room for 100. You guys still have room for 50. Did my knowledge is just stubbornly refusing to move. Okay. We're only like 120 people away from our next rank, and that'll get me the points for the shrines. So I guess I'm not going to fiddle with that too much. If that's the case, we'll probably just let this build up so I can upgrade shrines when they come through. Did you ever manage to hire some? You did. Cool. All right, they're working on catching up. When you have a field at 94% workload, that means the field is being 100% worked. Well, that's terrible UI design if that's true. Why would 94 equal 100%? I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that's terrible design if that's true. When you have 50%, you actually have 100. Then why doesn't the game say 100? Oh. Yeah, see, this isn't updated at all yet, so I need to let things roll through for a while to see what the changes are. Okay, do we get the physicians under control at least? The humans could probably still use another physician. Does this work its way? It's still not. Does this show favorite food, not getting food? Because that would make sense over on the humans, because they like the mushrooms and they like the eggs. But I think I'm gonna start cutting fish out of your diet, because fish is not your favorite, and the Dondorians would like the fish. Yeah, let's cut the fish out of here too. I bet you the white is only showing if they got what they wanted, which for humans right now is gonna be meat, I guess in theory mushroom, and bread. So if they're eating veggies when they come over here, they're not gonna be happy. Okay, you guys are still sitting at 12. Some of this variation is also going to be based on soil and moisture, etc., etc. Okay. Did we manage to work on that? Okay, yes, I'm glad you guys caught that. I totally missed that we were having maintenance issues over here. We probably were doing okay, but then I've just been expanding so much lately, combined with the fact that they probably were not 100% employing. Okay, and you could probably do with one less pump. I might even be able to turn off our entire wood industry. That'd be like 50 people that we wouldn't need. Okay, the embassy. 11 embassy points, yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, I think we were in a very desperate situation with that embassy. If we hadn't got that up when we did, I think we would have been attacked right when we had just lost a whole bunch of dudes. I'm still a little bit salty about that retreat thing. That is very strange to me, that not engaging in battle kills 80% of your forces. Okay, humans are up to 1140. Okay, we are less than 90 people away from that next title. We'll grab some more science points when we get that. Slice says, 21 watching, 5 likes, WTF. I actually, I don't know whether it's your effort or mine, Slice, but I actually run a little bit higher than what most people do. I tend to get 10 to 20% of views as likes, which is actually really high. It's very hard to get somebody to push that button, weirdly enough. only harder to try to get someone to actually subscribe. We are rapidly closing in, though, on the November goal. I am very happy with how the summer has gone, between School of Taiwu being relatively popular and Solar Nation 2 being pretty popular. Been pretty happy with how things have been going. And by the way, Shinosuke, you asked the other day about the Scroll of Taiwu guide. It's doing pretty well now. It took a couple days to get going, so it must have needed some time to build up the algorithm on it. But it's been doing all right the last couple days, which is good. I thought that was a decent video. Obviously not all-inclusive, but quite a few people said something about, oh, maybe I'll pick up the game, so I always love to hear that. Okay, we did have to open up a new metal smelter, which, hey, at least our Dondorian workforce is smoothing itself out quite a bit. So that's something. Okay, we are ever so slightly bad on metal. Okay, but we have 2 more spots. Positions. Okay. Looking pretty good. Could maybe use another one. Could maybe use another one. Looking pretty good. Okay. May drop another physician here. And you guys seem to really need one. I don't really have a good spot for yours. Maybe we make a hallway that connects these 2 areas. Maybe. I am one thing I've been pretty shocked in this one. Last time around, I could never build enough furniture. Like, no matter what I did, I never had furniture. So at least that's been less painful, although I bet you we're in a negative. No, we're actually not. I'm shocked at that. We are out of fiber, though. That may need to be dealt with, because when we lose fiber, we lose cloth. Cloth is used for many things, including clothes, and we need clothes for our military exploits, too. Okay, where's my EU? Okay, so we took them from 12 down to 10, and they're at 78% production. It doesn't seem to have affected this yet. Let's check in on this again tomorrow evening and see what that updates to. $99. Yeah, we're having to use some of our cut stone. Some of it's probably being shipped around, but some of it's also being used for upkeep. We're making 22 a day. Okay, our upkeep's not that bad yet. At some point, I will want to start loading it. Not at the moment, though. And normal stone. Okay, we're still really, really high on that. I think I'm going to start edging this down. Let's go down to like 25 and see what that does. This is a mixed area, so this is probably where a lot of my murders are happening, if I had to guess. I do think that they should have a little bit of a tweak on that. I feel like when people are generally happy, they should get along, and it's when your people start getting stressed that they should start murdering each other. That first time we brought in those first 10 extra Catonians, and immediately somebody got murdered, was like, wow, really? Yeah, this did employ all the way up pretty quick. How about this one? Also employed up pretty quick. Okay, I think... Did we get that spot? Yeah, you. We should just be able to copy-paste that guy. Oh, was not the whole thing. No. Copy that one. Yes. Okay, and plunky in here. All right, that'll help them. I still think I'm gonna need one more. That still looked like we were having a lot of problems. Maybe we plunk one in right here. Because I am planning on expanding here, and if they're already maxed out, that's not gonna cut it. So a 3x6 is what is needed. All right, we'll cut that out, and we'll have to have some walls. West Babel's soul, he's really trying to hear you. Yeah, sometimes just, as always, just please be patient. You know, it takes time to right a ship, and especially when I'm balancing multiple plates. So we'll science it out. You know, if it has to be adjusted, it'll be adjusted. We're not starving to death or anything fully. So we'll science it out. We'll test it. We'll see. We'll start edging it down if we can. That's very unintuitive, is what I will say. Which, you know, I love the game, but there's definitely some things that I don't know if it's just Babel brain or weird, but like 94% equals 100% is terrible design. If 94 is 100%, then it should be 100%. That's not how numbers work. So the time rate, I mean, I'm only on the middle speed, which is 2 out of 4 actually. We could go to this one, but it's more like I need time to go by to see changes that are happening, and I'm not averse to pausing it either, so. Okay, is that what we need to plop the next one in? Yeah, you're fine. This doesn't look right to me. I think I'm gonna put a thing there even if I don't need a thing there. Why will you not? Okay, instead give me structures then. That's so weird to me. All right, we need to check the insulation on this place once it's built. I don't feel like that's proper. How much food do I think is rotting? I estimated that one, this area last year, I estimated when the harvest came in, there was like 500, 600 laying here, but I couldn't tell you what the rot rate is because I just don't know the numbers. I think this is helping though, because we definitely have seen grain get moved up here. Yeah, look at this. We've got, in fact, he's actually waiting for room to put it in, which is these guys needing to employ up. "94% means the workers tended to all the tiles with 6% of the workday remaining. The stat is called workload, not productivity, so it makes sense." Okay, that's a decent explanation for why that would be. I'll buy that. We can... Workload. How busy your employees are. If workload is low, that means some of your workers have nothing to do and are wasting their time. Possible causes of this are simply there isn't enough work or the room is missing resources to work with. If workload is 100, your workers might have too much to do, and the room might need more workers allocated. So here, we did them up to full 18 out of 18. Okay, so this being at 68 means they finished the entire field with, what would that be, 33% of the day left over. So we could lower this down for that. Am I understanding that mechanic correctly now? So in that case, assuming that everyone works linearly, which they don't, we could fire about 30% of the workers, which would take us back down to the 12. Okay, they finished today's work. Let's bring them down to... Let's slowly edge it. Let's go to 15 and see what that does. I'm gonna science it out. Not that I don't believe you, but I like to see it for myself. That's just how Babel learns. Through horrible mistakes and scars. Okay, you're still producing your 12. Let's knock you down to 8. That is very counterintuitive, but I guess it makes sense when we look at it. To me, that's a production number, but obviously that is not a production number. One thing I do find very interesting about this game, when I watched the developer interview, he talked about trying to calculate numbers. He was using, I think, a furniture factory as a example. You. And calculating the commute numbers and the workload numbers was really interesting because it's very dynamic. Because let's say a guy walks all the way here, starts work, and then has to go take a poop. He leaves, and that changes your numbers dynamically. In most games, that's just not how it works. In most games, the number is just calculated based on employment things. They're not actually, quote unquote, doing work. It was a really interesting thing to hear him talk about. And Auric Pastor has auto-employ on. Oh, thank you. I thought I had fixed that for everybody. Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm going to edge them down. I'm still going to leave it at 6. I'm going to leave the experiment one where I put it so we can see that. Oh, well, hey, if nothing else, at least we managed to get these things employed because we were not employing these before properly. Yeah, you... Let's go up to 6 on you. All right, we're gonna finesse these some. Okay, so you're saying that you might actually need more people. So you get 8, and there is some finesse here because even though I sized all these to be, I think it was 7 employees, it's gonna change based on soil conditions and irrigation. Okay, and you're trying to hire up. Okay. Well, look at that. We're only at negative 73. And I definitely have overhired my farms a little bit. So that's good. Slice, we may see a positive number yet. Don't give up on us. Yes, yes. Move the grain. Move the grain. Yes. That's what Babel wants to see. That is what Babel wants to see. Still missing one dude here. They're doing their prep. Efficiency is at 56%. We're trying to hire one more dude. We're going into spring. Yeah, it's really these two fields that we really struggle. I guess we added more down here too. Another loader over here might be... We'd probably actually put it right here. Might be in the works. What I really want to see is this cleared up before we harvest at least. So we're not having multiple harvests laying there. What I really don't want to see is bakers having to run to get grain. Anything else would be more acceptable than where we were. We actually have... in an ideal world, every one of my food storages would have 400 in it. So that would be 1,600 bread at bare minimum. That's just not how it's going to work right now, but 1,600 bread minimum here would be a number I'd be a lot more comfortable with. You know, another feature, well, I'm saying things I'd love to see. I really like the City Hall building in Workers and Resources, because what that game does, it's like this normally, if you don't build a City Hall, it just gives you global numbers. But when you build a City Hall, the buildings within that, I'm going to call it a region, are assigned to it. And as long as you work the City Hall with a few workers, you can click on that to get your local numbers. I think that's a really cool system. Because like right now, this number doesn't mean anything because it's not counting the bread that's in my loading station, and it's not counting bread that is in unloading stations, nor is it counting bread that is actually out to be eaten. But you know what? I'm not seeing as many. Almost spoke too soon. I'm not seeing as many people manually carrying bread, so that's a good sign. It's getting better. It's getting better. We're only at negative 84, and I probably still have a few places that are auto-employing. Probably some warehouses, if I had to guess. Yeah, see, I'm auto-employing here, although that's not causing a problem because we've already filled that job. 8 people there. I probably could turn down the stage. We have so many available services that are like never used. Is that true for stages? If I lowered this down to like 4, we'd have 80 services available, and we're currently using between like 0 and 5. How's our stage coverage over here? Really good. Let's see what happens. I guess this is going to be the labor experimentation episode. Stages work periodically. Even if that's true, if I half the services, I don't think we've ever seen 80. Hurts the times when it's used. All right, let's science this one too. Like I said, I'm in it for the pain. Why not? Okay, so you're at 73. Okay, so you can still go lower. They just finished their day's work. Now, when they do finish their day's work, they do go grab something on the way home, so that's actually kind of handy. Okay, we'll bring you to 12. Okay, I think I feel comfortable doing a similar thing to the rest of them, and then we'll continue to science that number some more. Men who stare at fields is apparently today's theme. We'll try 12. I do like that these are fully employed though. So we definitely have made gains somewhere. The fact that we're actually getting these employed properly. We didn't even farm this one and there's still grain laying here. Just to throw that out there. Alright, I think we... Now's not the time to turn that off. I want to turn it on. Okay, 6 at 90. I think I need to give these some time. Okay. Double check your odd job count. Up to negative 13. I'm going to dedicate this new labor organization to Gray and Slice for people who didn't give up. Part of it was also I've been turning off things that I was allowing to auto hire. So it's not like those have necessarily fully gotten hired properly. I've just stopped trying to get people that we didn't have. Okay, yearly report. We made money, that shouldn't be a surprise. A whopping 2.4k taxes, but in the end, we have a 140k increase. Bread is down, which I do see, but again, that number is such an awkward number because it's only counting things properly stored in a warehouse, but it is down. Fish shouldn't have changed. Fruit is positive. Weird that we get the yearly report mid-spring. I never realized that. I always figured it was the end of winter. Okay, mushrooms are up. That's going to be via exports. Mostly imports. Fiber, okay, we're trying to work on the fiber. We're importing herbs. By having more money, we'll also import more herbs. Although maybe we need new trade partners now that I think about it. Fabric is still a problem. Furniture, some of that's because we used it to build things, so that's okay. We probably do need another furniture factory. Cut stone, we're making 111. I don't think we've been a whole year making stone. So it sounds like that might be a little higher this year. We captured machinery, I'm not making that. We're down 25 tools. I did turn tool production down a lot. We still have 1,000, so I think I'm okay with that. Leather armor we need. We captured plate armor, so that's whatever. We captured war beasts. Shields are up. Spears. Okay, that's a much healthier yearly report. Food and fiber are the two things I'm nervous. Okay, we definitely did not have the veggies. Just for the record. We did not make it. Not even out of spring. I wish the overlays wouldn't turn off when you zoom out too far. Let's see. Are you talking about... Oh, like that? I can see that, yeah. Owen says, I feel like it'd be better if farmers would also gather the harvest from the field so you wouldn't have to rely on haulers so much. They do. So like at the end of the day, we see them go grab grain. When they have nothing to do, they become odd jobbers. So it's that's why even when I was at negative 300, we could get things done. We basically had to wait for the farmers to finish their day of work and then they would come help. So we should see when these guys finish, if they should go grab some grain, essentially. And speaking of, how we doing here? With my 12 workers, it's saying 70%. I want to see them finish the day's work. Let's speed you up because I want to stare at you. That one poor guy having to do that whole row by himself. Are you gonna grab some today, or are you guys gonna be bums? Okay, again, 70%. Let's knock that down to 10. Okay, 10. 10. I don't want to underwork any fields because we've already put so much effort into getting this year's crop. Okay, we had you turned off. That's fine for the time being. I do note that we're still picking up grain from the ground, and I did see somebody have to come get some, so I don't like that. Okay, 12 of them are taking 100% of their day here. Now, some of that's probably because they have a little commute time. So here, we up your job by 1. 100%, we'll up your job by 1. 100% will up your job by 1. Okay, so there's actually a lot more finesse to this. I normally just run it on auto employee and I just ensure that it's got what it wants. Ten. And let's slowly edge this one down. Okay, we're not running that one this year. If they did add storage to the fields, it could help with that. I mean, we could, if you wanted to. You could put up some hauling stations. I think that's one way some people do it. Like, we could add a hauling station here, but I just have to work it. Okay, we are up to 8 out of 8, and we're obviously not getting everything pulled in. So let's go higher on this again. Let's go like 12. It's definitely helping, but it hasn't solved the problem. We do have grain up here, though. That makes me very happy. If nothing else, I just don't want my bakers wasting their time going to haul grain when they could be baking. And if let's look at like one of you. Commute is 104%. I have literally no idea what that means. So we're like extra fast? I'm not sure how to interpret that. All right, I think we're gonna do a, don't call it a vanity project, but a little boost. Let's add cobblestone to these doors. We do go back and forth here so often. And if I don't have it here, let's add these. I think I do already have them, but just in case I don't, you can have cobblestone. Look at how decadent we're getting. Also, you should not be square. So structure, wood, wink, wink, wink. Oh, they're gonna love this. Ah, square buildings, gross. Bumpy buildings that make no sense and would be really hard to maintain, yes. We love those. We love the bumpy buildings. I mean, I guess to be fair, I complain all the time. So I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if this is the same for everywhere, but literally every building that has been built in the last like 20 years around here is a beige square box. It's just generically beige and square. It's because of the Pizza Hut problem. I actually looked into this. Basically, when Pizza Hut started closing a bunch of locations, nobody wanted to buy or rent a Pizza Hut building because what does it look like? It's a Pizza Hut. You're trying to sell insurance. Where are you at? Well, I'm at the Pizza Hut. Because they were very distinct red sloped roofs. Like they had a very distinct look, which was kind of cool, I thought. But that's the reason. And it's the same thing with McDonald's. McDonald's used to have kind of a distinct-ish look. Now they're where I am at least, every time they redo one or build one, beige box. Just a beige box. I mean, I guess you also, Shinosuke, you could build a little warehouse like in the field. Again, though, it's all going to take workers, but I guess one little warehouse out here, then the odd job farmers could dump it locally, because I think they'll dump into the closest local storage. Resale value preservation. Yep, birches. That doesn't make them look better, though. Let me tell you. Every bank, every fast food place, although a couple of them are like white boxes instead of beige boxes, which apparently is enough to get bonus points, because at least it's not beige. Banks, restaurants, insurance places, little strip malls that have like, I don't know, cell phone places and a vape shop and pipe shops. Building slop, yeah, literally building slop. I miss when we used to have cool buildings. Like, without saying too much to dox myself, like there's some cool old buildings here, like some Art Deco like stuff, and like there's a couple cool ones, but they were all built in like the 30s and 40s. So anytime something is new or gets redone, they beige it. I mean, if he's gonna add storage to farms, it would probably just be literally the storage container that we drop in all other buildings. That wouldn't prevent rot, though, just to be clear. The only thing that prevents rot, to my knowledge, is a warehouse. So even sitting inside this building, I believe it would rot at regular pace. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it's warehouses. Excuse me, warehouses only are the rot reducers. That is a lot of homeless people, yeah. Who's doing it? We have 99 available houses, 65 and 0 for humans. Okay, humans need some more houses. Okay, and there is our next upgrade. Okay, so humans. Let me think on this for a hot second. Is it better to spend my stone on that or to upgrade shrines? Probably to upgrade the Dondorian shrine, So we go to you. Worship with style. Upgrade shrines. Now, hopefully this is true. I was told this is only going to use cut stone. Tombs would be another one that might be a good one. What do you guys think? Worship with style or tombs? Tombs are liked by all three of our races. Let's go look at that. Religion. They would really like crypts. They would be okay with it. They're not too bustling. And they would really like crypts. Worship with style says 2 people. Okay. Yeah, that was the original plan. Let's stick to it. Everyone needs religion, so yeah. All right, let's start with Dundarians because they are the ones I really need the most of. So you, 168. Man, those are gonna be expensive. Okay, this one probably has more impact than that one. So let's do this guy first. Bang. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's already looking better. Now we can lay on the ground with comfort. None of that rough rock. Now we have cut stone. Okay, so that's the first one. This one will get the second, but we're gonna need to get some more stone. So hopefully that will continue. We are up to 451. I'm just gonna come in just so I don't forget. You can go up to 600. You guys have fun. All right, humans. I need more housing for you. The thing is, well, they're actually using these. Okay, let's turn on another block. And you know what? I think I'm gonna fix all of these. I've been piecemeal fixing these. Let's just do the whole shebang. I accidentally did these in mud, and I just don't want to do them in mud. This is a mistake from like 40 hours ago. I will definitely say, after playing very long series all summer, it seems that I have not lost my memory. Because I can remember things like, oh yeah, 100 hours ago, over the course of 2 months, we did this thing that was a mistake that I probably should correct. And let's do you via planning. Yeah, I definitely would also, I think I would change up this design a little bit. It's not bad, but I definitely now know that we would need more, we need a little bit more room for some of these buildings. Okay, and then let's go ahead and activate. I think we want to get most of these roads in at this point. And these are probably the most valuable homes. We'll go ahead and do that area. Now, I did also say we would need more physicians. That's almost certainly going to be true right now. So you... And we need more food stalls too, so let's copy both of those. So just give me that. Yes. And we just plunk it there. Okay, well, at least my markets are looking pretty good. So, hey, at least one service is not failing currently. We look at the food, though. Okay, Dondorian's better up there, but that's probably because they're getting some mushrooms. I bet you that's why. Still really bad here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost certain that's true. This is not showing me people who got food. This is showing me people who got the food they wanted. Hey, Droog. I didn't burn down. I did not burn down. No. Despite best efforts elsewise. That's not the first time those hills have burned. That seems to be like a biannual thing these days. I don't know what's over there that keeps lighting it up, but yeah. It tends to light up in the evening too, so I wonder if it's someone doing fireworks or something. It's morbidly pretty, I will say, though, because like when the sun goes down, it's right in like my view. Luckily, I don't think anyone got hurt or anything, so that's good. After the trade rework, are you able to import massive amounts of raw stone by selling some chairs? Somebody else would have to comment more on that. I would say, I don't know, massive amounts, but you definitely could afford like one thing. Like I'm doing herbs is what I'm importing. And I guess, no, we're not paying for those mushrooms anymore. Yes, ship bread. Okay, it's getting better, guys. It's getting better. All right, how we doing? Okay, 100%. So we either are good or I should employ one more person. $10 seems to be the magic number here. 10 does seem to be the magic number. Ooh, there's my guys patrolling. We're going all the way out to the field. Nice. 16. Slice 16. There you go. 16. Try to keep it between 90 and 100. All right. I am going to bring some of these boys back online. So I don't forget. So let's put you at 11. Let's try that. We're gonna finesse these fields. We're gonna get these just the right size. 6 seems to be too small. 11. Oh wait, no. You actually seem fine. You could use another. You have too many. Get another. I am gonna bring you back online. Or am I? If I can't get this hauled in and it's not getting used, then there's no reason to run that one. Okay, let's ditto here. Okay, you are probably too big. So 11 might be the magic number. We're gonna need to see that one again. Okay, no, let's believe in me, and we'll make it 11. All right, and then these fields. Let's try that at 4 for a day. All right, well, we learned a lot about workload. How are we doing over here? 65, so you're overemployed. 6 out of 6 gives us the 94 we were looking for. Let's try to 6 that one too. All right, you're at 85. Let's try one less. Okay, you definitely have way too many. It's actually really nice to see things actually getting worked, at least. Okay, you're at 100%. 96, that one's perfect. 95. Okay, 79, so we're going to try one less. Try one less. We're going to finesse the crap out of these. Gonna be the best, most efficient ranch you've ever seen. I know, that's what I'm saying, Shinosuke. That's what I'm saying. All right, that was a lot of work. Now, the housing crisis. I really need to make the density upgrades more than anything else, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna wait for that next upgrade though. And we have 5, count them, 5 clay. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that number not at 0. And we're employing everyone here properly. This is a hard one, though. This is the type of place I would like to have on auto-employ, because we really need to surge employment, get everything moved, and then stop employing them. Probably could do some more tech. I definitely can. I'm just one problem at a time for poor old Babel. Okay, we have extra housing, but it's not really where they want to be is the problem. We never did get the stockade thing, nor did I remember to look it up. They're not putting people in the stocks for whatever reason. Services available are 4 out of 40. But see, I think what that's telling me is these are 4 stocks out of 40 that I have in total. All right, we still good on this? No, we actually might need a little more. Okay, we might need some more hospital space. That does ebb and flow a little bit. Okay, here's another place that I am allowing to auto hire. I think I'm gonna just eat that for now. They should go down as we actually get things shipped properly. Okay, we're still not positive in meat. Dang. Dang. Oh, these ones aren't full production yet, though. But that's still only going to be another, like, 15, 20 meat. Let's let a full day go by before I continue fiddling with that. All right, let's put in the next one. Actually have workers. Now, one thing to remember, we don't know where those workers are. So which race they are does kind of matter quite a bit. It's probably humans, but yeah, not a hunter. All right, ranch. $7.6, not terrible. When shrink, I don't think that makes any sense. And I'm taking it off the top so that we don't build ourselves in and die. We had a guy do that. He just literally just chose to die rather than step over a split rail fence. I appreciate him respecting the fence, but maybe I'd be okay with him not starving to death. Okay, right there. Gate. Hut. All right, we'll let them build that. And as we get more and more meat in, that will make the humans and Dondorians happier, because that's one of their favorite foods. Rules are rules, the fence is a rule. I mean, that's true. Respect the fence. With the benefit of hindsight, are all those small farms better than a couple large farms? For me, I like this size right here, because this is making full advantage of the irrigation that we have to pump. The alternative I did talk about was using more like this size. So you would do one here and then one on the other side with water between them, and then an access road, and then another small one, irrigation, farm, access road. I'm liking these access roads. They use smart pathing, so they go wherever it's fastest. See how these guys do go to the road? So that's telling me that that's worthwhile. Maybe an access road right along the top here too would have been nice to connect the two. If I want to get really decadent, we could put that road in cobblestone. They'd A, like it, and B, it would be even faster. Hey, I'm not seeing any crops on the ground. And there's only a little bit over here. Although I did turn up some more production, so keep that in mind. 107%. Oh, it's happening. All right, let's let that play for a year, and we'll see if that's the right number. The livestock ones? Livestock ones are a little weird because I have heard you definitely don't want to make things that are too big because they waste a lot of time walking to where they want to work. I don't know what the balance is. This is where the guy died in the fence, by the way. Flowers are growing on his carcass. We never went and got it. Because like you have to enter through the gate, right? So if you want to enter through the gate and let's say you choose to go work over here, that's a lot of wasted time. But I don't know what the magic number is. There is also a moisture need for ranches. I want to say it's 90% moisture. I'm not 100% certain on that. So that also influences your design a little bit. Okay, we are out of fiber. That's definitely a need to happen. Okay, we're harvesting it right now. Let's get another fiber field in. I know, everyone's so excited about that. Okay, let's go to planning. Now, all right, get. All right, how do I want to do this? I think I want one of these size fields. We'll just put in one more. So 49 by 20 of fiber. And I think I'm going to connect that road across. 49. Okay, we could do this though. 20 by 49. Oh, would you look at that? And that's almost 12 workers. 96% soil. I'm gonna bring water up here. Speaking of fiber, I'm gonna go get a bowl of Raisin Bran. Well, there you go, Edward. Edward's doing his part. Are you? All right, let's put that in. And I do think I want to get that going. So we will activate that. Where are we at on water pressure? I have 100-ish extra. All right, we'll activate that too. I'm probably gonna need to turn on one more pumper. You guys employed? We are properly. Oh my gosh, what is this? We actually have people working. How strange. Okay, those all filled up pretty good. I think I'm gonna let them build this too then. I guess if nothing else, the ranchers can live there. We've only upgraded like right here, so we definitely have a lot more upgrades to do. Definitely could have been denser housing here. Okay, how much stone do we need for that next upgrade? 168. Not there yet. We're still having some problems keeping metal in stock also, even with these. We are losing ore. All right, let's turn that up. We'll take 5 if we can. I still have not managed to get clay up here. In theory, we're netting it, but yeah, see, we're not really netting it. We would need to like double what's working here. Clay is something I want to produce, I think. Maybe we take a clay tech. I want pottery. Pottery means upgrades. Pottery means booze. Clay is needed for my science. Let's look at that as a tech. So that'd be an extraction tech. 5.8 workers. That's not nothing. let's do it. I think I'm in. Okay. Let's see what that's going to do to our production. 103 clay. We'll see if that makes the difference. How much would fortifications be? I would just make it out of regular stone. We would need to build basically here, and we would need to build here. So it wouldn't be crazy expensive now that we actually have stone. I have been told never to let people actually attack the town though, because it's super laggy. That happened in my Mivia playthrough, and it wasn't bad for me. But then again, you know, my size of my city was only so and so. Okay, the harvest is coming in. I'm really curious to see if this year the 12 loader is gonna do it for us. Still have 28 odd jobbers. Yeah, that mushroom farm, what a disappointment. I thought that was going to be the secret sauce. It was not the secret sauce. What did I want from admin? Wasn't I waiting on something for that too? It was the next... It was this thing, wasn't it? It was this guy right here. 25. We need 1 point of admin, and we could get that, and that would let us import more stuff. Can we get 1 more point of admin, or is that just a pipe dream? We could. We'll take 1 more administrator, please. Okay, the library is fully working. And we could turn up the laboratory, but let's wait and see what the clay situation is. Make sure no factions blind sales your capital. Slice, I don't know if you've been paying attention. Look at the odd jobbers. Look. Positive 34. We did it. We saved the city. Now we have negative 148 houses, but you know. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, next pasture is up. We're gonna drop another one. Okay, 8.3. Okay, I will let you be an 8, and we're gonna shrink you over here. So 0.3. 0.1. Come on. There it is. All right. 8 people is what we would want to work here. So gate on that side, hut 25, 25. Done. A Valheim ship with Von Jarls casting winds of death would be pretty cool. No, it wouldn't. My 2.22k population would not appreciate that. Make them sleep in the streets until they hit the like button? Deal. Haas says I was listening on PC because I need to get my phone just because of position odd jobs. Haas is like, oh boy! Everyone's so excited to see those work numbers. We get the best work numbers. Thank you very much, Slice, for 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations to Edgar Edge, German 1996, Stefana Zaraya, Kai Waldo, Volane the, or Volanthe, Trey Johnson, the Senior Fluffy, Space Monkey, and Rogue. Congratulations, Rogue. Been a while. And Celsalid Argy Respide. Make sure to give a thank you to Slice for those memberships. That does get you access to the emotes. That does get you access to the members' first videos. Right now, that's a whole bunch of Cataclysm. So if you're interested in that, you have a nice treat. I think that series has been going really well. Quite a few episodes. I think I'm on 16 at the moment. And more stuff will come up. Tuesdays and Thursdays are my recording days, and almost everything goes up for members first. It's rare I don't at least try to give them a little thank you. So, thank you very much, Slice. Much appreciated. I don't have my account logged on my PC. Oh, no. It's been a while. Rex. Couldn't have said it better myself. Edward says, Slice seems like good people. Yeah, I think Slice is pretty good people. Okay, man. I'm glad we solved one problem. All right, the housing is going down, so it was humans. Although this is already showing us it's not pure humans. Where else do we see? Yeah, I got tons of Dondorian housing. Might be up here. It's probably Kryptonians. Yeah, it's people that don't want to live too far away from where they work. That's the problem. All right, well, the harvest is fully in. I'm really curious to see if this guy is going to be able to solve the problem this year. Are you, no, not you specifically, are you? Okay, we are employing 5 people here. And you're currently doing a worldwide, no. Well, this shouldn't actually matter, but just in case. Let's bring that way down. There. They can help grab it from the field. What I really want them to do is grab it from here. And we are set up to do that. Even if they didn't grab it from there, the bakers will also do that. Okay, so workload is low. Nobody can accept the bread? Oh my gosh, what an amazing... Is that true? And is it true because it's full? No, it's not true because it's full. No, not in the slightest. Okay, so... You need to get a delivery prepared. Alright, let's bring you up to 10. Now that we're starting to actually have workforce, how are you doing? You are having a lot of problems. You can accept a delivery, and you say you want bread. Now, you guys don't love bread, but, you know, that's a you problem. Okay, so you should be allowed to receive one. I don't know why you wouldn't be getting one. Let's up that one, too. We have 3 deliveries that you could accept. You actually do have bread properly. And you have the coal, yep. And you're waiting for clay. If we ever see clay make it here, that's our knowledge to turn on the potter. So for that to happen though, I think the clay will always deliver here first. So we would need to see clay here before that would happen. Probably still needs a new... I actually have not bought that new pair of shoes, Slice. I have a plan, though. Next Thursday, I have to run an errand that's going to take me past the shoe store. Kryptonians are a little upset. All right, we'll take a peek at them in a minute. We've really been coddling the Dondorians for a long time, so they have been getting pretty ignored. I wish there was an easy way to see which race had the odd jobbers. Is that something that I just haven't noticed? It's not a government job. Yeah, I wish odd job just was its own category in here. I want to raise this some more. In theory, we're making some here. In theory. All right, let's get you like 10 more. Okay, they're still working. Oh, we just got enough cut stone. That's gonna be not you, but you. All right, Dundorians. Be very, very happy. You got the first 2 upgraded temples. All right, Kryptonians, what is your problem? Let's see. Native is going up. That means they would prefer to have their own kids than have new people move in. So, yeah, that's not much I can change on that. They would like to be the majority, and they are about 25%. Yeah, makes sense. They would like more clothes. I could believe clothes could be a problem. Oh, you know what? We could give them more wood. That would be a fine thing at the moment. Okay, here you go. You may have more wood. Okay, we are losing furniture, so we need to go make some more furniture production. They would like cloth. I can't give you more cloth right now. Not at the moment. Nice services. Hearth access is good. Speaker access is good. Stage access is great. Food stalls. Yeah, an upgrade would make them happy. Wells. Access is great. Maybe wells and hearths. Maybe wells and hearths would be a good one to tech up. What do those require? We could use another market, maybe. Bathroom access is pretty good. That might be another one too. Upgrade bathrooms. Physicians. They have full access. What do we got point-wise? 27 admin. Was that enough? It was. All right, I'm gonna do that. Bang. Okay, we haven't been out here in a while. Did you guys ever chill out? Are we cool now? Can I send my troops home? Yes, I can. Boy, that's been a while. Man, imagine being in this army. Oof. All right. River 6, head home. All right, you guys. So we have them at 100% loyalty, so we don't need the public stocks anymore. Instead of the public stocks... Yeah, let's just turn that off. We want to increase our region. I don't have enough people. Okay, so let's change the stocks into... I need 3 workforce. Okay, grumble, grumble. Okay, maybe we don't need the police office or the guard post. Now, nothing should be able to attack this because this is fully behind my own owned things, right? So we could take the garrison off. We'll leave the walls because that is only 3 workforce. Yeah, garrison is 5. Let's try turning that off. That gets me 7 workforce. And we have more room. So to raise you, I need a lot more region capacity. That's going to come from here partly. And that leaves me with 4 more workforce. We could raise more hygiene if we had 1 more worker. Okay, we have entertainment. Okay, I don't think we need the police office and the entertainment. Let's take the police office down. 2 versus 2. Right, turn that off too. That gives me 6. If I raised mushrooms... All right, you know what? You need time to grow anyways. Give me more mushrooms. Did what catch you this time, Janosuke? I see. And just to be certain, you do have accept memberships turned on, right? This isn't a bruh situation. Make sure to build the Workers Guild. Workers Guild. Workers Guild. -1 workforce, workforce realm 2%. All right. Done. All right, you can go up to a size 4 already. Bang. We're getting our coal from you. All right, let's accept that. Am I having any coal issues? Let's back out here. I think the answer is no, but let's not assume. We have 1 point. Okay. We're still netting positive, although not that much. This is looking a little empty. And we are selling some. We're selling none out of this. All right, you know what? We're not... Is that true? 25. That's fine. I think we might need more coal. We're like right on the edge there. And your loyalty is also not very good. So let's see about fixing that loyalty here. So for you... We have 38 workforce. Oh my goodness. So you get walls. All right. Yeah, I want this loyalty to get up. So let's do the walls. Let's do... Okay, we can't do police force 2. Do I need to stalk you guys for a while, maybe? You are kind of a border area. Right now you have a guard post. Right, also, we wanted to add the worker guild. You have a guard post right now. You technically are on the border. Let's give you a police... you already have a police officer. Need some more entertainment, you think? Okay. Okay, they would like that. Does that mean I could turn you off and we could raise you up? Okay, that's actually fine. And we still have 30 labor here. Okay, let's go up 1 on that so I don't miss it. I like that extra labor. Extra walls. Yeah. This is a place that might get attacked. 70k, I got plenty of money. All right, I'm gonna come back to you in a minute. You. All right, go up in size. We want some more entertainment. Add a well. We needed that. We have 26 labor. What are you exporting? You're my wood person. All right. You guys are in charge of more wood. You also could do mushrooms. It's only +1 green, but it's not 0. You know what? I want some freaking mushrooms. If we did that, we still have 11. Some more growth, maybe. In the worker guild. So I have 6 left. I would need 12 for that. What if we lowered you by 1 and we raised you? No, doesn't work. All right, I'm gonna come back to you in a minute. I am liking this quite a bit though. All right, so that's more mushrooms, that's a little bit more wood, that's more coal, that's more mushrooms. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. All right, you 14 labor. Yeah, I think you're just going to be in charge of coal. And I don't need distance modifiers. A bank. Gives me extra taxes. I mean, those taxes are like worth nothing to me, I'm going to be honest. Everyone's happy. We could contribute to the border guards. Let's contribute to the border guards. Yeah. If everyone does their part and just adds more, then we'll just have a lot of free people guarding us. When you're able to get loading, unloading stations, if you can, if you use right. Well, Rysan, I got some good news for you. We are using loading and unloading stations heavily. This is the first time I've used them, so the design isn't perfect, but they're running. Let's put it that way. They're running. We have bread here. That's good to see. We have deliveries. Like, in there, you should have a stone delivery. Is that... I bet you my stone loader is not up to snuff. They have just sent one. Yeah, you definitely are going to need some more. Let's double that. Are we getting bread up here? We got bread here. Oh, is it happening? Bread here. Oh, are we going to have a party? Everyone gets a slice of bread for dinner tonight. Yay. All right, but this is not the number we want to see because none of that's getting stored properly. Okay. Pottery would also let me upgrade my warehouses again. I very much would like to upgrade that warehouse. Okay, I did not get to see if we got everything in. I keep missing the harvest. I'm going to assume we didn't and put 2 more people here. They're kind of waiting on this. So here, I still can fit 3 more. All right, let's save 1 for a cut stone delivery. Well, then again, that is so far away. A wood delivery? Do I want to go build a wood loader? That is something that may need to happen. Are we getting wood over here, or is it not happening? We have 1 wood. Probably not happening. I'm going to give them a couple more delivery people. All right, for the time being, I'm going to give you the ability to have 2 more clicks of grain. Oh, you know another tech we could look at? Isn't there a hauler efficiency tech? Like warehouses, when I say haulers? Isn't that a thing somewhere? Fancy markets. Posh relief for 20 knowledge. That certainly looks like it would need pottery, though. Yeah, we were just really held up on that. Okay, what about continuing to upgrade our clay then? The next upgrade would be tools. That's a possibility. Oh, paper filing. Restructures our admin work and makes it more efficient. I think that changes us from using leather to paper. Or maybe it's this one. I'm not certain. Oh, that's rations. No, administration. Never mind. Could improve our library. Just catching up on chat here. Can we look at the port city? Might be a juicy target. We could also tech bakeries. That's true. Final tab under loader unlock tech. Okay, thank you. That was here. Loading and unloading. Logistics. A solid logistic network is the pumping heart of the city. I agree. Improving the ability of your logistics workers to move goods quickly, freeing up labor for other tasks. Applies to warehouses, haulers, depots, and stations. Hey, there we go. We were looking specifically for a tech. It was a combo tech. This might be a really good use. It's admin though, unfortunately. I don't know if we're going to be able to get any more admin out of our current squeeze. Also, we're still having punishment issues. Maybe prisons might be in our nearest future. Oh, and here's the spoilage tech. Again, it's admin. Admin. This is the fortification tech. It's 10 knowledge. Gets me walls. That may not be a terrible idea either. We also talked about bows. Archery range. Do I need an archery range to train archers? I know that sounds stupid, but... Or is this a archery building that goes into my outposts? Yes, I do what, though, Owen? Yes, I put him in the outpost, or yes, I need him to train archers. A 50-man squad of human archers could be in our future. Archery range is for archers. Okay, you know what? Well, no, we've almost solved a problem. Let's not create new problems. All right, let's look at the baker then. Not the candlestick maker. Basic baking improves the output of bakeries. 2.9 workers. And we're definitely never not going to be baking. Coal oven excellence. You're going to use some innovation. No soil bridges, not allowed. Yeah, let's get the baking. I agree. We're so close to having this food problem fixed. All right, that's our innovation spent. We have a little bit of knowledge. All right, let's grab fortifications too. That's a minor thing, but we'll work on that. Okay, 49 clay. That is a good sign. That should be here, I assume. Mm-hmm. That means we actually managed to ship a clay. And you guys are standing around waiting for more load. Okay, we gotta be a little careful here. We're at -6 at the moment. I really need more cut stone income. I wonder what the odds of actually being able to hire that up is. Let's dig out the next cut stone spot. Also, we made a janitor here. Insulation is 100, okay. Did the janitor problem get solved? Yes. We have solved the janitor problem. That looks a lot better than it was. Yeah, I don't remember which playthrough it was. We had a playthrough where the pumps all got really degraded really badly. And that was like a major issue. Okay, how are we doing here? Are we over pumping? Not really. We're doing about right. Okay. Also, let's go do an audit here. 79%. Let's try going down to 5. Okay, 100%. That means you need another. Between 5 and 6, we're working with such small numbers that this may be... Okay, 98, that's correct. I bet you this is just so close that I think we're just right on the edge. I think it's gonna be 5, 6, or 7, just depending on the exact particularities of that spot. You might be able to go one lower. 86. Yeah. 5 or 6 or seems about right. That one needed 8, but that was a little bigger. Okay, I think we have right-sized our ranches. Let's take a peek over here. How we doing? You're at 100%, but you're not fully employed. 96. 100. I bet you're right on the cusp, though. Well, maybe not. All 3 of you are 100. All right, let's try 12. Okay, you can go down. 99. 90's probably close enough. Okay, I didn't bring you online, so we have more capability that we're not currently using. Okay, do we ever get the fiber fixed? We are out of fiber. That is not what I want to be seeing. Okay, we don't really have a choice. Let's get... Well, or... No, we probably don't have enough that tech makes sense at the moment. We need a certain amount of them to make it worthwhile. Plunk you there. Road, and I do want cobblestone. We'll go to there for now. And then we'll switch to just a dirt road for an access road. I do think I'm going to start using those access roads more in my designs for these. They seem to use them enough that I think it justifies losing one water. Up there. All right. Let that get in. Our clothing is going up, but we're not getting head-on fabric. We are not employing this place, but I don't have the fiber to do it anyways. Don't have a delivery. Okay, yeah, we're not quite fully employing this area, so we do need to work on making them happier. I think they get the next shrine upgrade. Boy, I'm starting to get myself really well trained. I was just thinking, man, I'm kind of thirsty. I wonder if it's almost 2 hours. Look over. 2 hours and 1 minute. Perfect. Okay, I do feel comfortable enough, I think, letting this run on slowish speed. Are we... Cart is being prepared. Okay, but we are fully in here. I'm not sure, we might need another cart. That may have to happen. I just want to check this before I take my break. You can have 3 deliveries to be put here. Yep, that's fine. You're ready for 3 deliveries. That's fine. I like to see bread up here. I like to see bread up here. All right, you could also accept clothing. I wouldn't hate that. Actually, you know what? No, I think we're okay. No, we're not. You're employing 20 deliverymen. I know you guys are having to go get a lot of things, but come on. Go down to 10. All right, we will accept clothing up here too. There we go. Soil bridges are the best thing ever made. You guys are so kind humoring Shinosuke like that. Babbles are just known to be kind people. Just, you know, it's a fact. Builders, kindness, they go hand in hand. We'll even humor something as silly as a soil bridge. I told you I was going to use that joke at some point. Okay, let's go to just, this is normal speed 1. I think I'm going to leave this. I'll try to walk back over while I'm on break here. I'll try not to stare at my kettle too hard. I'll leave you where it's hustling and bustling. Maybe we'll watch, we'll watch the human deliveries. And we get a drought right away. Well, luckily for me, I'm irrigating, so there you go. Okay, so anyone that's new, I take a 5-minute break just to refill my drink, maybe remove some drink, get a little stretch. We've been here for 2 hours, so I would suggest you get up, stretch, get a drink yourself. Good for you. I'm gonna tell YouTube that we're on a 5-minute break, so you might get an ad here. If you do, I appreciate the pennies. If you've been enjoying the content, maybe leave a like on it. That helps me a ton. Okay, I will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a good break. Let me go tell YouTube that we have returned. And let me see why my phone was buzzing. And all kinds of things all day today. Nothing I care about right now. Everyone wants some of my attention. I just want to play Song of Six. Slice says, I think this game seems really intense on the micro. Might be a Babel thing. I can't really comment too much on that. I haven't actually consumed a lot of Song of Six content. So what you're seeing is what I play like, but I don't know if that's right, wrong, or otherwise. Okay. Bring you guys back up to speed. I didn't see anything pop up, so I'm going to assume that we survived. Okay, I see some bread actually being stored. That's a good sign. Still have stuff on the ground, but we are loading. Okay. Lots on the ground still, actually. I think we might be ready to bring another bakery online. I don't think I've seen us ever run out of grain. Let's do that. Now, Praetorians are getting a little cranky. One thing we could do that is relatively cheap, we could do some more road work into cobblestone, because they actually like cobblestone a lot. And we could just make their roads cobblestone. What is with some of these roads? I have some interesting designs in here. Yeah, you too. Yeah, they like the cobblestone quite a bit. So, if we do that, it's kind of some, I'm gonna call it freebie, even if it's not free. Happiness. We'll see how they feel about that. And, I mean, it speeds them up, so it's also a increase in efficiency. Yeah, you guys can have that. We do have enough people zooping back and forth over there. I think I've already done you. Well, maybe not. I've already done that bit. We've done all of you, right? At least to there. Yeah, a lot of stone, but that's okay. We have the stone for the moment. Now, hopefully, it's getting shipped down here relatively reasonably, he says nervously. All right, we'll see how that goes. I'm sure I missed some spots, but it'll help. All right, yeah, we've used all that stone. Do we have any here? No. All right, is that shipping? I'm gonna up you again. We definitely have some. It could be ready if you guys were faster. Let's take you up to 8. We're gonna do a fortification job too, so we're gonna need this stone logistics anyways. Okay, a couple more days we'll have enough stone for another temple upgrade. Seems every day around this time YouTube starts buffering. Well, for me it's 6 o'clock, right? So that means that West Coast is getting off of work and is home. So everyone's probably turning on Netflix and YouTube. I would assume that because all my traffic goes down from where I'm at through California and then towards wherever you guys are. So that's usually the choke point. I don't know about where everyone lives, obviously, but a lot of places have horrible electric grids and horrible internet capacity, so it wouldn't surprise me if things start straining. Got a direct fiber connection to Babble's computer so I don't buffer. There you go. I'm I'm still waiting. You know, a couple weeks ago, remember I had those like, oh, hey guys, I don't know if I'm gonna have to cancel a show because they're gonna do upgrades. They told me that what those upgrades were high split, but it hasn't actually affected me. So it must be getting close to me if I'm affected by their upgrades, as in like the outages, but I'm not receiving the speed yet. It's not really gonna change anything for streaming because I already pushed 10 MBs out, and that's already a little high for 1080. It's a little low for 1440, but I stream at 1080. So if I go higher, YouTube puts more chat delay, and that's just not a choice. That's just the little button. So I figure, generally speaking, I'd prefer to have a little less delay. Most people don't watch live streams on 1440, so. The great nation of Medea. High time we brought our people closer. Trade, and they want 160K. You know what? Deal. I'm in. I probably should have done that manually. Did 216 clay. All right, but we're obviously gonna need like way more than that if I turn a new industry on, but that's a good sign. The fact that we're actually getting some stored somewhere, that is really good. Okay, houses, still a little bit of a problem. We have some empty, so it's people that are not choosing to live somewhere. Raptors, a flight of murderous exotic birds has descended upon our city. Luckily, they're too small to hurt our subjects, preferring to target vermin stealing from your warehouse. Your citizens were enamored with these avians until it dawned on them that vermin are far more ignorable than when they are not being expelled at a speed from above onto their heads. If you act quickly enough, you might be able to get rid of the birds, but they seem to not be used to your subjects. They'd be easy to trap. Since more and more of your subjects are throwing things in anger, it will not last. Get rid of the birds. We got 1.5K meat. Delicious. All right, well, hey, that'll make people temporarily happy. How dare I not spend $2,000 on a graphics drive? It's not my graphics. I could push it. Even on my connection, I could push 1440. It would just be slower for you guys on the chat response. It's like a mandatory plus 10-second delay. Worth keeping the birds most of the time? Maybe. We also can eat them, though. Okay, we are full on wood. That's not a surprise. I do need to bring another wood workshop online. Now, let's start actually digging that. Yeah, let's plan on that. All right, if we're full on wood, let's start bringing these down. I already turned one off, it looks like. $190. I'm gonna bring 2 more of those offline. We'll see if that's okay. That's only 30 workers, but, you know, it's 30 workers. And you know what? We'll absorb a few of them here. We'll go to 65. We're also full on leather. Now, one thing for leather here. We can bring that back online. I think we're selling a little bit of leather armor. Leather armor and shields. No, maybe it's shields and spears at the moment. We could actually use some more armor. Okay, that's fine. Out of curiosity, I was watching a hardware unbox video earlier. What was the first video card that you bought with your own money? For me, I bought it was a Voodoo card. Anyone else remember Voodoo? It was like Voodoo 3D or something. That was the first dedicated graphic card I ever bought. I'd be back in like the 90s. Come a long way. I think that thing had like 32 MBs of RAM. high speed, could play anything on that bad boy. And the Amiga graphics, that was the first one you bought yourself? Nice. Yeah, my first computer was an Apple because my parents were in education, and so obviously Apples are for education. Went from 16 color to 256, yeah. I mentioned this the other night, but I had like on that Macintosh, I had a Ghostbuster game that you like managed it like a business. It was a really cool game. And then I had one, I've looked for it, but I've never found the names. I want to say it was called Temples and Snakes. You controlled a guy and you could like light a little fire, and there were these like doors that opened and closed, and you had to not touch the snakes. I remember I was like obsessed with that game for a long time. Yearly report. All right, how do we do this here? That's a lot more blue numbers. Ore. Okay, we probably need a couple more ore miners. Fabric and furniture. Furniture's definitely gonna be a problem. We're using a lot of paper. We must be selling some because I'm definitely not using that much. Clothes, tools. All right. That's a good year. That's a good year. I like it. Okay, do we... You. I see. I'll tell you what, we're never gonna get that kind of bread in here. Let's lower that so I can store some more leather. And apparently it's more livestock. Okay, I think phase 2 of the ranching project is time to turn on. Are we still gonna stick with leather? Or is it time? Well, we already put tech into this, so... Yeah, we already put tech into it, so I don't want to use a different animal. We'll continue with the art. I was thinking maybe Intel don't... These are basically pigs. But I don't have the tech for it, so I don't think that's a good idea. Alright, 6.2. We'll make these guys 5.9. Perfect. Right, gate. For this one, it can go over here. Do it. And build me roads, and for once I'm gonna remember to go to dirt road. Put that in. Okay, yep, we'll just continue to expand that until we can actually sustain meat. We'll bring in some more ore. I don't think any of them have good production for ore. The next one I want to conquer is a Dondorian settlement, so it probably has a better chance of being good at it. I never seem to catch this at the right time of year, do I? But we're shipping. That's what matters. We're shipping. How are you doing? 2 deliveries. You know what? Just in prep, I think we're going to take you to full. I would absolutely love it if that was actually working and getting all that grain in. Prepping another bread shipment. 1.8k bread stored. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Toot toot. He's so excited. Wooden wall. Structure. Alright. Let's also make you a lumpy building. Because they love lumpy buildings. There you go, guys. Enjoy. God, can you imagine how annoying it would be to paint one of these things? We do have some stone over here. That's good. It looks like the stone road project was mostly done. I need to upgrade up here. Road. Stone. Yeah, this is relatively cheap upgrade for something that they will like. And we have the side benefit of it actually speeds them up, so. Looks a lot nicer too, if I do say so myself. There you go. Okay, we're trying to put in the next fiber field. Community-made multiplayer mod? What would you even do in multiplayer? Like, you just each have your own city and trade? Okay, we could upgrade some more over here, too. Let's... I wish the screen was a little easier to see. I wish it wouldn't color the roads like they're doing, but it's alright. We'll survive somehow. Alright, how we doing? 94. 100. Okay, I think you need to go up to 12. 87. I think that's as close as we're gonna get here. I think our numbers are so small. So it seems like 12 is probably the magic number. Don't need to bring you online yet. I think that was a very serpentitious route to take to arrive back at 12, but now we are backed up by science. About 2 hours of science. Science happened. Same thing like RimWorld multiplayer mod. It's basically just having two people, two mouses on the same computer. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair, I guess. You mean somebody could queue up even more things than I'm queuing up? That we could have more jobs not getting done? You know what? I think I'm gonna invest. Let's just do it. Road. We'll go to here. I'm gonna have to build walls somewhere over here, which is gonna be annoying. Alright, hopefully that made them a little less sad and a little more happy. What else do you guys want? Clay. I mean, that's easy to do because we're loading the clay. We just need to produce that amount of clay. That is relatively low-hanging fruit, though. Furniture's another one that, again, we can do pretty easy. I might need to make another unloading depot right here that only does grain. Okay, this is looking better. I think we may be doing that. A dedicated grain, because I want this one to be able to take furniture, wood, clay. You know, that's already getting up there in number. Yeah, I think that needs to happen. So logistics, unloading station. And I will even make this one bigger. I will make this one bigger. Go ahead and put that in. I think I'm committing. And then I'm gonna put another loading station, I think, for this stuff. And I think it goes here. So road, dirt road. We're not gonna have water come down here, so that should be fine. Okay, we do have an access road there. I feel like that's a good investment. That's another 27 jobs, but getting that green up here, it's looking like it's flowing much better now. And we're seeing positive bread numbers after all this time. All these years. We're in midsummer and we're low on stored grain, but we still have a decent chunk out in the field. What are you doing? Cart is being prepared, so we're loading the cart currently. I think we're gonna go full job here. Ideally, we'll be able to bring these jobs down a little bit once I have 2 of them. It'll just lower the distance that we have to walk to get grain. Oh, there goes a shipment. I can't tell you how satisfied I am when I see grain and bread ship around. It's just like workers and resources. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We call a full cart like that a loaf. Send that bad boy out. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, I want a fully loaded bread cart sitting here with nowhere to go because everything else is full. That's the dream. And that should mean I'm not seeing people coming over here and hand carrying. That's the worst. We do not want to see hand carrying bread through this section of the map. Grain guy. Yeah, again, that's another thing I don't really want to be seeing. But partly that's because they're coming down here to pick. This will solve that problem. Okay. No mushrooms still. How are we not... Are we actually getting mushrooms in? This should be working, right? We're accepting mushrooms. Oh, hang on a second. No, we could make this better. Import maximum to fill warehouses and import depots. Yes. That's not stopping it, but yeah, I'll accept more. We want to pay 1. Well, we want to pay 0, but 1 is the minimum. Yeah, we should be getting some. Is there a way... This is telling us we should be netting 186. Why do I not believe that? Is there a way to see how much they have shipped? You should be shipping mushrooms. There should be no excuses here. Yeah, they do travel. That is true. Yeah, look at that. That guy bought some coal, some shields, and some spears. When I conquer you, I'll remember that. Here's wood incoming. Yeah, we want to see somebody leaving there and heading down. That's the dream. They're very happy. Yeah. Our next conqueror is going to be Quirkinsti, I think. And then that finishes off everyone behind me. And then this guy is his connections with everyone in front of me. And that... I'd say that one and that one. So if we can get these, we'll own the whole river valley, which is kind of the goal. Probably eating on... Yeah, the thing is I've just never seen any. Like, I just find it funny I've never seen any. There is 105 mushrooms here. Maybe they're just arriving and getting eaten instantly. That could be. I would believe it. All right, tea, you've had your chance to brew. We saw mushrooms last stream, did we? Okay. Yeah, nothing should have broke on that, so. Clothing is making it. Bread is making it. Yeah. No coal, though. What's up with that? Okay, we need more workers here. Yeah, he's unloading coal, and we do have coal stored. It's just not getting moved. Okay. Okay, we are a little low on lumber. I'm gonna let that, well, I probably shouldn't let that. You're in charge of lumber, right? No. You're in charge of the lumber. We have a level 2 chop. Could I go higher? Yeah. All right. We're gonna raise the lumber. The mushrooms would be nice too, but the lumber is more important. I'll let that work its way through. Being able to take out all of our lumber, or darn close to it, would be pretty nice. This would be more ranching area, if anything, really. I didn't accept the lumber. Man, I don't know what's up with that screen and me always forgetting that. I do that all the time. Thank you. Fishing is another upgrade that is probably in our near future. We'll let humans fish even though they don't like it. They're not bad at it. To do that, we're going to need another arch bridge made out of stone across the river. And I think we're going to do a fish warehouse. Actually, maybe we don't even need the warehouse. Well, a small warehouse and a loader. And then we're just going to load and unload the fish up into the Dondorian area. I think we're going to have population problems for the humans, though. I really need to get those upgrades. Oh, hey, speaking of upgrades, we have enough cut stone. All right, you first. Shrine to Krator. Oh, you need furniture. Well, son of a gun. Okay, well, you can have that upgrade. I'm not going to do another one until... Okay, we need to get you up and running. So give me... Dig into mountain. Sure. And I think we're gonna just plan on immediately putting another one in too. Let's plan a couple of them. We'll turn on that one also. Well, geez Louise. Oh, I should probably check what the humans want. Okay, they did want cut stone. Now, the humans are still really happy. I think for humans, instead of doing that, I would do better with more housing. Let's do some more room upgrades for them. All right, all of those are upgraded, all of those. Now those are. These are 25 plus some extra furniture too. I'm really hitting that furniture hard. All right, I'm gonna do these two. There we go. All right, a little bit painful. That also means we're probably gonna need to start shipping cut stone. Otherwise, I'm gonna need so much time spent to go fetch it. Eight out of 8. Yeah, I wish I'd built that bigger. I think we're gonna add another one. Soon, TM soon. And look, clay. Yes, clay. Does that mean that clay made it up here at some point? No, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, we fixed the housing vaguely. We're at 0. We're at all positive numbers. You're all welcome. Only the cathedral converts people. Yes, I believe that's correct. So if you have human Krator worshippers, but only Arathi shrines, people will not have their full shrine commitment. Yeah, unfortunately. I do kind of want to fix, quote-unquote, the religion. So at some point we'll get there. I think, isn't that really expensive to get the temples? Yeah, that's right here. We need 150 knowledge. It'd be cool, though. I'll give you that. It'd be really cool. Fancy markets might be a good one, too. We're meeting that demand really well, and everyone uses it. What does fancy markets use? Does anyone know? Is it also pottery, or is it something else? That would be a real easy grab if it's something we're already doing. You think humans have been converting at shrines? I'd be curious to see, because my understanding was also temples. Do you think it's slower because people are converting, or do you think the children are becoming that because that's the only shrine that's there? Fancy markets are wood, furniture, and pottery. Okay. Yeah, pottery, just like cut stone, was kind of a lump. And once we... I mean, this isn't fixed, obviously, but it's getting better. Pottery's the next big one. That things could be better if we had more pottery. Also, we've been... Yeah, we're gonna need some more smiths, too. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need some more smiths. We're just not making enough iron. We're also not making enough iron ore. Oh, -2. All right, sigh. Yeah, because I do know that you can influence it by what temples are here. So I bet you most of our humans that have grown up here probably worship Athuri. We can look at that. Like, we look at humans. Most of our humans have probably come in via immigration. But even that being said, yeah, look at this. Assuming an even spread, because humans have an even spread, look at how much higher Athuriism is. It does say 2.25 conversion. So maybe there is a little conversion effect. I don't know what else that number would mean. But temples definitely will do it faster. I definitely agree at that. Yeah, so Athuriism makes you a better crafter. Better at school, too. I guess schools is another avenue we could attack, too. If we unlock schools for our humans. But, oh, it's gonna be under freaking... Yeah. Alright, we're gonna need a new admin building pretty soon. A lot of the things we want all keep coming back to this. I could squeeze a couple more points. You know what? Let's see what those couple points might get us. Let's take that to full. They're affected by both the Athuri and the Krator conversion, since you have both in your city, but the human areas only have the Athuri shrines. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're probably most likely to convert to what's local to them. If you live here and you need religion, you're going to go here. I highly doubt you're walking all the way over here often, although we have seen people do that, for sure. But, like, if we peek right now, one Dondorian biding time. Everyone else nearby is all... Yeah. All Krators at the moment. I can't believe that this was stupid furniture. I waited all that time. That'll teach me. And we do need to upgrade this guy too when we get more. Oh, both of them actually, because we spent that on the houses. All right, a lot of those numbers are looking good. We're not getting enough fabric, which is because we weren't getting enough fiber, which we're trying to remedy. Not much I can do about that at the moment. Fiber would be one I'd be really interested in importing. If something happened to my supply line, it wouldn't be the end of the world instantly. Unlike food, for example. And then we could use our highly efficient people to change it into cloth. And then clothing. Let's see. Well, the coverage over here is looking really nice. Although, again, take these with a grain of salt. How do we do on those physicians? Okay, yeah, that extra physician really helped. Might still want another one up here, but that's not terrible. Okay, we're pretty well sized at the moment. How are we doing on the food delivery? Hey, look at that. Remember when it used to be pure red? Babel remembers. Okay, you probably need another food stall over here. That wouldn't shock me. Look at that. We're actually supplying everything they like. Now, I don't think this lasts all year, but... Okay, let's add... distribution, food stall... a big chunker, maybe? I don't know, these are so weirdly shaped. We do one of those. And then I guess one of these too. Sure. And I think we can cut that off. Sure. Alright, there we go. That'll help them some. Okay, and this seems to be okay, although another one wouldn't necessarily be a horrible idea. Human vandals. I really wish the stocks were working. I totally just didn't think about actually checking for that, but I don't know why. I feel like he just forgot a button. I feel like there's just a button for punishment missing that should say stocks. Okay, fiber coming in, but okay, good. We did nab enough to immediately field. I don't think that's going to solve our shortage. Oh, and we're ready for another... You know, another tech maybe we should look at is carpentry. That might be another one. We do have a noble for carpentry, right? Woodcutters. Now that one may need to go the way of the dodo. In fact, that is going to go the way of the dodo. We're going to switch you over to cotton. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Disasters averted. Were they able to hire up? They were. All right, it takes some time to actually get the full points. We do have 35 knowledge. Or no, admin's what I want. No, nope, never mind. Never mind. This advanced logistics is looking mighty juicy. Mighty juicy. That's 25 admin cost. Is it time for the second half of the admin building? And just slow recruit it, maybe? Maybe. I do also think I gotta be careful. We need to be careful with this furniture. We're not netting enough to keep spending it. We'll wait for this guy, I think. Stocks equal stockades. But order in previous patches, you could actually put people in your stocks, like right here. There would be people that were sitting here. You can see it in my Mivia playthrough. I put it next to the water so they had to like stare at the water longingly, and they definitely were put in here. When we go to the punishments, we know there's humans, right? Human murderer in stockade. When we go to manage laws for humans, we have stockades and nobody's in the stocks. Just literally nobody. So murder, right here, murder. We have them set to none because we thought that was going to do it. Our other options are exile or imprison or execute, harvest, or enslave. So unless you know which one of these buttons means stocks, 94% equals 100%, then I don't know. Every crime that I'm arresting for basically is set to either, well, yeah, everything I'm arresting for is set to stockades, and nobody's gone in here. We haven't seen a single person. You think it's bugged? I just personally think that he just forgot a button. Although that would also make sense. Stockades and stocks could be the same punishment. Stockade for just large numbers / holding pin. Stocks to actually give you the service. All right, you guys should be moving grain. All right, do it. I believe in you. And over here, you are going to be the grain lord of the world. All you do is grain. And you guys are no longer going to do grain. No more grain. Instead, accept a cut stone, accept a clay, accept wood. And then let's get an import. Actually, you know what? We don't need to do wood. Instead, let's actually just do an importer here. And then they'll just fill it up. I'd like it to be near this, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Kind of built myself into a dead end. I guess we'll put it up here. So an import depot. Just in case I want to keep that road right there. And we'll let wood be delivered here. Okay, since we have a moment on that stone, I think we're going to do the human shrines first. Let's make sure we're getting full value out of that. And then I think we're going to go back to statue duty for the Dundorians. We do have them up to 451, but obviously I need way more. Yeah, those buttons are new with the new Tyranny update. Yeah, I quite enjoyed watching my criminal Amivians have to stare at that cool pool that they weren't allowed to go in while they had to think about their crimes. Okay, I don't know if we need this many people here. I'm gonna let it go for now, and we'll see how the season plays out. I'm liking this, though. And I'm liking that, too. This feels like it should be way more efficient than trying to do haulers. I don't know if that's the case, though. Once we get the efficiency tech also, that may help. This feels good though. This feels good. Look at all that grain getting moved around. Look at all that bread. We're actually full, basically. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? You're ready to go. Okay, what we need... Okay, this is what's not happening. Let's make sure you're grabbing from here. I'm gonna give you a few more people. Bread is here. Okay, I don't want to give you any more people. What are you doing? You're having to go fetch fish and meat. That's probably cutting into your time quite badly. And veggies? I think we might be done with Dondorian veggies. They don't like it. They also don't like bread, but if you're not gonna like one, I'm already shipping the bread. So I think we're just done with veggies up here. That's where they're spending their walk time. No more veggies here. No more veggies. No more veggies. All right. That's gonna make a increase in bread demand, but that's fine. I'm shipping bread efficiently. No more veggies. All right. The fishing expansion that I keep talking about is moving up the list of to-dos. Okay, we are full on veggies. So you will shift and store more veggies. I really could use the pottery so we could do warehouse upgrades too. Okay, that definitely feels better. I feel like we've gotten more of the field cleared already. This is less cleared because these guys aren't walking down to pick it up themselves. These guys will help. No, they won't because they're not hired up. In theory, those guys will help. Okay, you guys are prepared for 8 more deliveries. I don't think I need the full 15 here. Let's go down to like 12. If I ever see Clay make it there. Man, Clay might be another one that we really need a conquer to do. We're sitting on 1.6 million. Maybe it's time we go out on another conquer. Maybe it's time. It's gonna be this guy. I think it might be time. He is one of my trade partners, but, you know, so what? Yeah. Army. Apparently I never let you guys come home. I'm so sorry. Alright, both of you confirm. We'll let them get formed up. We'll hire a merc group, and then we'll go take that. Yeah, maybe we can just replace this clay, because we are struggling to get enough. We are going up, but once I turn pottery on, pottery is going to be a high impact. Like, we're going to need a bajillion amounts of pottery. Oh, that's looking so much better. Oh, that looks so much better. Food for the people. Now, some of that's because we had that giant influx of meat, which we've eaten through. So that's not going to be permanent. Ah, the negatives, no! I could let some more humans in. We do have vaguely some housing in theory. In theory, we have housing. Yeah, we're gonna see some humans up here, but there's not much I can do about that. We're gonna have to let them. Are we missing a piece of road? Oh, they're just having to step past each other. All right, I don't think this needs to be here necessarily. Let's add a second piece of road there. I'm seeing a lot of slowdown. Let's do that. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to bring another furniture shop online. We're also still not making that metal. I didn't do anything to try to fix that, but it's gonna need to be done at some point. A lot of housing up here. Okay, somebody delivered something. All right, you are going to accept wood. Yep, just like that. Okay, that'll help that logistics out. We have 3K grain and lots still in the field. Although you guys have done a great job. They're picking over here, but they're also getting that bit up. We are getting harvest. Okay, we might want to turn on this next one. All right, and we're going to start you at a 12. Fiber is in new field, but it hasn't produced yet. I'm almost certain we're not going to get enough. It's at 20, 30. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to put another one in. This is another, fiber might be another one that I would be very happy to just export the labor of that to somewhere else. We're not super duper efficient, although Kryptonians are fine at it. I think this fort is really, this city has really cemented in my mind how good Dondorians are. They're good at producing finished goods, which is not something that I can get from the Conquered. So the Conquered provide the raw materials, and then they do the finishing. And we're getting close to our upgrade. Gotta be a little patient here. We're kind of low on workers. All right, you know what? I'll allow some more humans in. You guys better live in these houses or I'll be really cranky. All right, we formed up. We're formed up. All right, so march over here to besiege them. What do we got for mercs? Shields of Vengeance. That's a reasonable price. Got the Bug Boys. The Super Killers. Okay, we've worked with them before. Yeah. Come on in, Super Killers. And do we want to bulk anymore, or are we good? The rest of you are kind of pricey. If I was, I'd get you. The Shields of Vengeance. Some human cav. You know what? No, I missed that. Pay up, decline offer, request assistance. I have someone at my border claiming to know you. She's... Oh my gosh. Claire the Pirate. I will decline your offer. All right, change of plans, head home. What timing? What timing? All right, now I don't think I get to meet those guys that way. Well, son of a gun. We are undertaking quite a construction in our capital and would like this. Okay, I was just gonna conquer you and now you're trying to blackmail me. Yeah. It's like the game knows. Son of a gun. Alright, well, you gotta be here for when those bandits show up. Pirates. Was this one? No. You're dead. Claire the pirate. Here we are. 461 soldiers. That's a lot. Bows, bows, bows. One set. Okay, we might actually need a little more oomph on ourselves. That, we might need a lot of oomph on ourselves. Alright, I don't have the 1 million. Okay, here we go. 60 heavy cav, basically. Alright, yeah. We'll get you guys. Alright, and we're back home to defend ourselves from the stinky pirates. That makes me very sad. What horrible timing. I would have much preferred to go do my sieging. Okay, and that's coming in nicely. How are we doing here? Okay, our deliveries are quite full. Alright, people are coming and grabbing it. That's what I want to see. You know what, though? I hope you guys are not trying to load that. So, distance. There we go. You no longer have anything to offer us. We hereby cancel our agreement. We're not trade partners anymore. I think they know that I was marching over there to conquer them. Sad. Stupid pirate. And she doesn't show up on the map, right? Slow down a little here. I wish they were on the map so I could just intercept them. Those are all caravans. Alright, this might be a really bad battle. That's a lot of really good archers. Okay, we're still not getting enough veggie storage. Okay, I think we can here... I think we can lower fruit a little bit and a little more veggie storage. Taking veggies away from the humans and the Dondorians might mean we have enough for the Crotonians. I see blinky things. What are you telling me? Battle. Oh, are they on my map? What are you trying to tell me, game? Toggle battle mode. Did they slip past my army? What am I missing here? I'm not hearing screams. I'm not seeing armies. What am I missing, guys? Is that just telling me that we might be under attack? My army is here. I'll tell you what, just in case, I'm gonna tell you guys... to go back to the city. I feel like we should have the field battle thing here. Try the intercept, I guess? I don't know why that's blinking. That's making me very nervous. Why are you blinking? I don't see anybody. No one's getting murdered. It would be pretty obvious. Enemy are deploying their troops. Okay, here we go. We are getting attacked here. Okay, pause. Army. I don't think you guys are gonna make it. Are we not paused? That's very not good. That's very not good. Okay, well, apparently we're getting attacked on our map. Yeah, you guys head on down. This is horrifically bad. Okay, hopefully those mercs get here. I'm not sure. Oh, and there's red dots. Oh, here they come. Okay, you guys. You moved your army away and disbanded right when we were attacked. Oh, jeez. Okay, that is a babble not understanding something. Let's do a quick load here. What is my last autosave? You. See if that's good enough. So, am I not, if they're in my normal army like mercenaries, are they not allowed to deploy on that screen? What am I missing on that one? Boy, this is, okay, they're still on map on this. This is such an unintuitive game when it comes to this UI. That definitely needs work. And we're gonna need that one. Local army need to click the banner icon. Okay, so here's my army that is here. The banner icon. So they are not available. They are not available right now. So can you not have mercenaries defend your own town from these attacks? Yeah. Okay, let me make sure that my army is actually here. So army. We should be here. We are in town. The banner icon. That's for hiring stuff. So they should be local. Don't think the mercenaries can appear in town. Okay. So then I want to drop these guys out of this army currently, right? Because they don't seem to appear on that other screen. All right, so you guys return home. You guys return home. I'm gonna leave the mercs here. If we win this battle, I'm gonna go use them. All right, and here. No, leave the army there. Okay, hang on. Let me reload that then. Man, how unintuitive, how absolutely unintuitive this is. Obviously I play a lot of video games, so it's not like I'm not used to having to find buttons and whatnot, but man, my brain definitely works different than his brain works. Okay, so take me out of here. Are we back? Hang on, are we back before I move that? No, we have that. Okay, hang on. No. Oh, I hate that. This is why I don't do save scumming type stuff, but yeah, this is so painful. We're gonna go back one more. Disband, troops don't show up for a whole day. On the city map, you select division and move it to a location, and the banner icon will ungray out. Bye. Okay, so you guys... So, because I have those guys in my army, we're just screwed. Because I can't get them here. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Just leave everything alone. Wait for the bands to show up and fight them normally. Okay. That's weird that when you're standing... Oops. When you're standing on top of your own city, that it still takes you a day to show back up. Okay, we are here. Hopefully they'll show up for the field battle. Alright, let's let that play. Yeah, definitely some things I would love to see changed on that. Like, If I'm at my home city and we disband a local, they should come into the map and walk home. I don't know why they would disappear for a year, or a day. Then again, clicking retreat from a battle we didn't engage in kills 80% of your men. They're so ashamed they all hiri-kiri right there, right on the spot. I can see why he's rewritten the military stuff like 3 times, and he has said he's not going to touch it again, but yeah, hopefully shows, Shunosuke. Are we not? No, we're going. The fact that this is blinking and I don't normally see this is what makes me freaked out here. That makes me think that our troops are not going to engage them, but we'll find out here. The enemy are deploying their troops. May God have mercy on your soul. Okay. I didn't get a field battle again. Alright, I guess we just take our lumps here. Alright, well, we got 2 guys. Guys, if you can, try to form up here. That's 1 dude, it's not even worth doing. Well, we're gonna get absolutely creamed. Cancel the field battle? I clicked engage. I mean, I'll try one more time. We'll look at it one more time. You load. Oh. Again, though, if Babel struggles this much with this is something that needs improvement. It should not be this hard to, do you want to fight a field battle? Yes, no. No. Okay, they're going to attack your town. Are you sure? Yes. And I have an army with mercenaries defending my town, but I'm not allowed to use them. That seems strange. Okay, no, this has them on the field already. This quick save thing is also wonky. So we have to go back to here? This is stupid. Order says that you may need to go back further. There was a pop-up at some point and we clicked past it. I mean, I'm definitely willing to believe that. Okay, where are we at? See, now I don't even know where we're at game-wise. Okay, we're in the field, marching to attack him. And it looks like I've told them to go home because of the attack. Okay, and we haven't recruited the other ones, so we may not even be under that attack yet. Let's move back here. How frustrating. All right, you guys are waddling home, right? Yes. All right. Zoom, zoom. Okay, so a different event. This guy, okay, this is his blackmail attempt. All right, that army right there. That is home, right? I am in the right square. I think I'm in the right square. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. Okay, we'll see. We'll be very careful on our pop-up here. I'm gonna let it go in fast because I'm fully wanting to pay attention to that, so I want that to pop. I don't understand how this is so hard on the UI front. Okay. Okay, this is him breaking the trade partner thing. Okay. Okay, invasion. The enemy host stands gathered at the city preparing for an assault. They attack at any moment. If they reach the throne, it's over. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember seeing this screen, but maybe in my frustration I clicked past it. So we want to attack. Yeah, this is what we've done in the past when we got attacked. Okay, well, I'm not sure we can win this though, I'm gonna be completely honest. Okay, at least we got our mercs. That is something. Okay, they are mostly archers, but they're not entirely archers. So what do we have here? We have 3 groups. Archers, archers, sword, archers. Okay, so the humans with shields, I think our best bet here is probably to rush them. I don't think we I don't think we can win a defense. All right, so humans, we are gonna zoom as fast as we can towards them. And you guys are gonna just go for the flanks and attempt to get in. I have a feeling we are deader than a doornail. All right, you and you are not in guard mode. And I think neither are you guys. I think we are dead as a doornail here. Okay, so... And then we're gonna want to... We're definitely gonna want to use charge when we get close. Alright, so start. You guys... Go for that. You guys... Nope. You're doing that one. You're doing that one. You're doing that one. Then you're doing that one. Alright. Prepare to die is what's going to happen here. The best archers in the game versus my mediocrely... make sure we enable run. Run or charge. Start running in their current direction until they reach the enemy or obstacle. Soldiers will not have a lot of defense, but they'll have a lot of extra force when colliding, as well as scaring the enemy force. Run is next to the guard icon. Here we are. We'll be faster, but we'll tire out. Yeah, I don't think we're too worried about tiring out at the moment, if I'm being honest. I think we're more worried about we're gonna get shot 100 times. Okay, there come those melee troops. All right, keep them pinned for the moment while we try to go get these archers. I mean, it's up to you guys. Come on, super killers. I believe in you. I believe in you, super killers. You guys too can do all right. Okay, and over here, what is going on? Why are you guys not getting into it? Okay, the super killers have been killed. And the warhammers are getting shot in the back by these guys. I have a feeling we are going to get absolutely massacred. I wish we had those cavalry units, although I don't think that would have changed anything, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, our humans are just using spears, which are kind of defensive weapons, not killy weapons. We're getting shot in the back over here. You're set properly. All right, well, nothing but dirty deeds. All right, you guys get in there. Don't stop. Both of you guys, don't stop. You don't need to be running, but you definitely need to... Yeah, that's fine. You can chase enemies. Okay, you too. I'm not even sure that we've gotten more than maybe 10 kills. I'm a little surprised that we're having this many problems here. Although I guess they had like silver armor, so maybe I shouldn't be. My stone warhammers not cutting it anymore. And we're just getting gibbed by those archers. Surprisingly, we haven't had that many losses, but we also are not getting kills. Please make sure you're both getting in there. I don't like how you guys are hanging that far back. We are pushing them back. We have gotten at least a couple kills. I honestly was expecting you guys to kind of kill this better, though. They must have also had melee weapons, obviously. Here comes another volley. Yeah, we don't like those volleys. Yeah, we're just too under geared, I have a feeling. Oh, here they come. What are you doing? Charging me. All right, you focus that one, you focus that one. Yeah, our only hope was that these guys were going to be able to kill the archers relatively well. I don't think that's going to happen here. And we're scattering and defeat. We killed 13 of them, so there you go, that's something. More than I kind of expected. That outcome's not going to change. Ouch, is all I have to say about that. Even with those extra cav, I don't think that outcome was changing there. And I don't think we had the money to get anything beyond that. Maybe one more little one? Our army has thrown away their lives in vain. The enemy may be at our gates at any moment. We must pray for mercy. We will not be getting mercy. Spoilers. All right, and nobody else is left, so they will do with us as they will. All right, we'll speed it up until they show up here. Now, it's not necessarily a game over. I have had people raid me, and they like break all your stuff and leave. So we'll see what they do to us here. They're just so jealous. This is why you never trust elves, by the way. All right, they're deploying. We have one soldier. All right, here they come. Marching down the road. They're gonna... Okay, they're being pretty kind. They murdered somebody. Yeah, see, they're damaging buildings and whatnot. I think they generally damage things until they get to what they want. I'm not sure if these guys go to your throne or if they go to your warehouse. Our throne's right here. Here come the main blocks. Yeah, see how they're damaging all my stuff? Slow it down a little bit. It's over. The enemy forces have reached the throne, taking control of the city. They've sacked your treasury for a lot of money and took 50% of your warehouse stock. And then I guess they teleported out. Honestly, that wasn't as bad as it could have been. Slice says, my people have assumed control. I never took you for an elf lover, Slice. I should have known. All right, well, that could have been far, far, far worse, so... Babel, I hope that you've learned not to mess with the one and only Claire the Pirate. Next time, try to see reason. Yeah, next time, huh? Next time, huh? I thought they would conquer you. Oh, no, it's not another faction. That was a raider. Can I show her? Yeah, Claire the Pirate's over here. We're having two things go on at once. We pissed off our trading partner because I was walking over there to conquer them, and as soon as I moved my army is when it triggered this. Partly why it was so hectic, I think. Claire the Pirate, she was on here. She's right here. At large, Claire the Pirate. Yeah, so to beat that, my army, even if I rebuilt it, not even close. Not even close to Claire the Pirate. Yeah, knowing what we know now, maybe we should have just went and did the siege. And actually, saying that, you guys are done, and we didn't hire the other one. In fact, all of you are done, because everyone's dead, Jim. All right, well, like I said, it could have been more painful. When I got raided in, was it the Amivia game? They killed a lot more of my citizens, for whatever reason. All right, we can easily fix a little bit of wood damage. That's not the worst. I will say, though, that didn't lag at all. So the people who are worried about city battles, that doesn't seem to be an issue in this build, at least not for me. So if we had a wall, that would also give me a choke point. So maybe we could make something happen with that. All right, we've, for the most part, finished repairing everything. That's not that bad. They stole money, but money's kind of whatever. I noticed my border guards didn't show up. Okay, yeah, actually that was pretty self-contained damage, I will definitely say. Alright, now, back to the more important things, hauling grain. How are we doing on that? Okay, you are basically full. So we're waiting for that to get moved down here. And you are unhired, but we just had a whole bunch of people die. So that's going to take a second to re-shift jobs around and whatnot. Also, when they died, we definitely lost leather armor. We were at about 500, I want to say. So, there you go. You definitely lose it when people die. Yeah, metal armor, metal weapons would definitely be a big up. $500 people, man. There's no way I could surge that high with the way I'm set up at the moment. Yeah, you can see, look what that did. They're all having, all the new recruits are over here training instead of doing whatever their normal job is. Oh, my odd jobs. We were so good. At least not having Kryptonians in battle means that the food production was not disturbed basically at all. So that's something handy. Okay, we're filling up more to ship. My mercenary dreams. Okay, you got your... No, you don't have your upgrade. We're getting close to your upgrade. And up here, how just... Okay, I guess we're not too bad. We lost 50 Dundarians, give or take. I guess it's not too bad. Okay, and again, I think we're gonna not have to assign this. I do need more furniture, so that should do us for the time being. Our wood is also really low. Minus 300. Why are we having the wood problems? That shouldn't be the case. Did that disrupt my trade route stuff? You have 600 wood that's here. I'm gonna guess that didn't. Alright, I guess we're gonna need to turn back on some of this. That is disappointing. I do think they should let your militia your common citizens. Yeah, well, that'd be nice. I mean, that's kind of sort of how Manor Lord works, isn't it? That, like, your citizens are your soldiers. Well, if it isn't battle, I have heard so little, except your stench. Oh no, are you a ghost? Stay in your own territory, I can't guarantee you. Man, that is so, that's so frustrating that procs right when I marched out to go do that conquest. That feels real bad. I think as soon as we have the soldiers somewhat trained up again, we're gonna hire up and go conquer that, because now I have a thorn in my backside. I thought Babel was on good karma too. Who would have thought? I also see that we're not quite producing enough water. Is that true everywhere? Yes. Alright. Again, is this a not hiring? It's a not hiring thing. Okay. We need some more Kryptonians. I gave you guys roads. What more do you want? What else can we do that's cheap and would make them happy? Okay, we just have none of those things. Okay, some more benches, maybe? Yeah, their bench access isn't the best. Food stalls are getting better, which we do have full access now. What about upgraded hearths or wells? What are the resources that we need for that? Is that also pottery? Babel forgot about his misfortune scales. Very true. Very true. Sometimes they like to lull you into a false sense of security. When it comes to real life Babel and his misfortune scales, the most dangerous thing that can happen is if I ever have the thought, boy, things are going really well right now. Like, things are okay. That's usually when some disaster is going to strike my life. That has been a pattern for more than 3 decades, let's say that. Those real life misfortune scales, man. I don't suggest it. And mouse over the upgrade button. Okay, let me look at that. Because that's a pretty low-hanging fruit that we could do. What are they even under? Okay, fancy hearth. I'm gonna guess this is cut stone and iron. That's pretty doable. But I would need rows and basements, which we have. And the fancy well is just cut stone and clay. And to get there, I would need to go through swimming pools, which maybe that's a to-do. Maybe that's a to-do. Maybe we do get that. I was kind of trying to hold out and not do those, but that is another thing we could do with relative ease. That's just a little extra pump work. I can't really get any to the Dondarians, but I could get it to the Kryptonians and the humans pretty easily. That way, you're doing a pretty good job with how you move around the screen. Some YouTube videos jump around way too much. Yeah, I try not to do... I mean, these aren't cuts, obviously, but I try not to do too much jump cutting. Sometimes it feels a little slow, I think, for people, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate the feedback on things like that. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes when I watch some people play various games, I don't watch a lot of 6, they're really good players, but they're too good, and so they jump around so much that it's hard to follow what they're doing. Not on the text tree, on the building upgrade button. Would these not be the right things here, though, too? I assume that hearths would need those things. But on the upgrade button. So let me find a well. Oh, yeah, I guess we could see it here, too. Okay, that's... I think that's what it showed. It showed that cut stone in that. So this should show iron and... Yeah, so they added it to the pictures, too. But yeah, this is a better way to see it. So... we could probably swing upgrading wells. What is the cost, though? Do I have those points? Knowledge. Okay, we could actually do wells pretty easily. Hearths would be a little harder. Let's do it. I can't quite do hearths. I don't want to do hearths because they need the iron, and I'm short on iron, but we could swing fancy wells. All right, let's do Dondarians first. All right, there you go. Oh, look at that! We put a sprinkler in it. Nice. There you go. Aren't we happy? You guys should be so excited about that. All right, I'm out of cut stone. We'll have to wait a minute. We need to recoup 50 Dondarians that died. So they always get first dibs. Well, there you go. Hopefully they're gonna just love those new wells. Look at that, they're showing up. Look at how happy they are. People coming from far and wide to see our little sprinkler. Tough to balance that, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback on that. You know, I always say, I'm always open to feedback, suggestions, tips, etc., as long as people aren't doing it in a rude way or a you have to do this way. I don't like that. I've mentioned before, like, I'm happy hearing those type of things unless I've specifically said, like, no spoilers or something, like I do kind of in Tai Wu. because that's how I get better. That's how I learn. Like, I was a okay player at Dominions. I'm a much better player at Dominions now because I had 2 years of feedback from people. Just on the flip side of that, just like earlier with poor Gray trying to help me out, sometimes you have to be patient, especially when I'm doing it live and I have to like balance my thought process. It's a big ship, this stream, and it's really hard to turn. So I can crank that wheel hard, but sometimes it takes a little while for it to happen. So I appreciate everyone's patience. 1%, that's right. That's like Shinosuke. 1% better every time. That's the goal. We still have these vegetables on the ground. Wow, we're just gonna literally have those rot out, aren't we? Hey, one person moved to town for our new fountains. Why is it not fountaining? Do they turn off at night? That's kind of funny if that's the case. No, it's not night. Oh, there it is. Okay, it wore out. We have a guy underneath there with a big straw, and it's just him spraying it, so he had to take a breath. It's all right. All right, but that is a pretty cheap little upgrade we can do. I think Kryptonians get the next set. So when we want to do that, again, it's going to be 60 cut stone. I guess the downside to this is apparently I have not done a very good job of making this town enticing to Dondorians because, man, we are really limited by their population because I kind of need them to do finished goods. Show me some Dondorians. A bunch of humans. Yeah, humans creeping in. This is Abyssia all over again. Once you get humans, man. Once you get humans. Yeah, look at this. This is everyone but Dondorians. Our food stocks are low. Okay, so he'd like me to store more. Well, we just got robbed, so I agree. Okay, stop moving your thing around. Everywhere I see is tall folks. Yeah, I agree. While I fight until my last breath, could use some more soldiers. I agree. This guy's got good advice, this Gavin. Let us take up arms and die. Okay, so he's just like decent advice, but none of that is something I can act on. Why do we have so many Kryptonians in here? Wow. I have no Dondorians working in this smelter. Are you flagged wrong? Hang on a second. Okay, so yeah, look at that. There's an example of, this is definitely flagged as a Dondorian building, and there's nothing but Kryptonians working it. They probably took this up after those guys died. So this is not a hard rule, even when you assign work groups. I mean, I guess that's probably for the best, but In fact, everyone's a Kryptonian up here. The great Dondorian replacement is happening, apparently. Is anyone a Dondorian? Okay, here's one. Mountain Hold's beautiful. Imagine if we had some sacred path. Our food stores are low. Doesn't like that there's too many others, which, again, if we had more Dondorians, that would be better. And he wants to die. Perfect. Yeah, that's what I assumed, Gray. Once people are trained up, they don't need to hit the dummies anymore, so you can have more capacity than the building says. Yeah, we're just retraining from scratch, Imperium. I don't know if you were here when we just got murdered. Everyone got murked. Yeah, and I think that also is causing some of this. I think because they are full-time training, because we did not do anything that should have swung that by about 150, except for lose 150 troops. So I'm pretty certain that's what happened on that. So we're gonna need to be a little patient while they train up again. I think we're basically waiting on the stone. In fact, let's even zoom you a little bit. Oops. Zoom you a little bit. We're kind of waiting on stone to do fountain upgrades. Our bread did bounce back nicely, though. So that's something. And how'd you do? Hey, look at that. We've cleared the fields. Okay. And it is spring and we're done. So that's a little too fast. So let's bring this down. Let's try 14. That's probably still too much. Let's do 12. Yeah, a few less. I want it to be done relatively quickly, but not too quickly. If that makes sense. And there's not enough in the cart to send it. We have also used up all of our grain. Slice says, reading about stocks, in V70, prisoners could choose stocks over jail time. Okay, I believe that, yeah. I think it was stocks versus prison, right? Or certain crimes had certain punishments. One of the two. Okay, we are not producing enough grain to keep all these working full time. I just realized you are probably not set to coal. You should have gone coal. Okay, so, and we are running you. And we are running you. The next grain upgrade, if we wanted to go that route, would be here. I don't have the innovation at the moment. So this would be Tools Grain Farm. If we wanted to run that. So I believe... How does that one work? Normally I thought it was a clicky button. Unlocks tools to be equipped for the grain farm. Tools must be manually equipped in the workplace. I actually don't know how that's going to work there. The only place I've really done a lot of tool stuff is woodcutters and fisheries. Okay, we definitely burned through that too quick. Let's actually turn off that bakery. We're definitely going to burn through that too quick. Let's turn this one off too. Leave these 4 running. Developer said 6 weeks ago they are complimentary, making them full punishment. In addition to that could be interesting. There's a clickable under the title where you click on the farms. One of these, once I have it up. Okay. I was expecting an upgrade button is kind of what I was expecting. Ah, here we go. Yeah, tools. I don't know if that's going to be worth it, but it's a way I can make these more efficient. Another thing we could do, right now we're having to feed Dondorians and humans on more bread than they would like. If I got meat and fish up higher, that would lower our bread use. On the left side of the grain farm, on the left side. I'm not sure that I'm seeing it, but it's a moot point until I actually have the tech unlocked, so. Either way, I can't afford it at the moment. Okay, we are still not meeting our meat demands. All right, and we did finally finish this ranch, so next ranch. We do seem to have extra leather. I might also want to start exporting a little bit of that. Let's go bigger. We'll take this up to about 7. I think we're gonna fit 3 of these boys in here. There we go. 8. And the hut. Do it. All right, that'll keep them busy for quite a while. Yeah, we did it specifically because we need the leather, and at some point I'm gonna need to rip the bandage off and get off of leather, but we're using it for knowledge, and we're using it for armor, and we're using it for shields. So I would want to switch the tech off of Oryx and into Interlocks or whatever, Interdonts or whatever. But right now, I think I don't think I can switch that. They're not that big a difference, I don't think. So 2.3, 2.3 versus 1.3. Now, unless these are like way denser, I'm not sure exactly how that math works on that one. I guess we could throw one up and see. The next one I put in, we'll put in an intellect so we can science it. You know, like I say, every time we play this, we learn more and more. I'm not sure you can really avoid that, though, because hunters definitely don't bring in enough leather. In fact, I have you on meat specifically, but making leather armor and leather shields in the early game would be really hard off of just hunters. Alright, meat is modified by the text. Yeah. Also, have we still not seen this episode any mushrooms? I'm still questioning that these are actually coming in. I mean, I could totally believe it if we're eating them fast, but I don't know. It feels like this isn't working properly. Incoming wares are still 0. And this should be working because this is set up the same way this is, for example, and these are definitely working. I think I'm just missing them. They're probably just eaten instantaneously when they arrive. Check your food stalls. Good call. Yeah, 24 mushrooms. I think they're just grabbing them like instantaneously, and they're not even ever hitting the warehouse, which is fine. I would like more, though. Anything I can do to ease off of the bread slightly. Okay, our next major project, I think, is going to have to be fish. I keep talking about it, but I think it needs to happen sooner rather than later. I think we're going to get another bridge right here. Not an ideal spot. Maybe... Yeah, it is kind of the middle of the island. Yeah, we don't need something that impressive, so we'll probably go with a 3 wide. Yeah. We'll do dirt up to the edge of the water. But then we're doing paved roads because we're not savages around here. All right, they freaking love building roads, so they're gonna get right to it. Yeah, take me all the way across. All right, we'll let them work on that a little bit. We have a bathroom right here. I'm hoping that this isn't going to be too bad on commute. I might need another bridge here too to help with commute. Hopefully they're mostly going to live in this section. Dondorians like fish, and I don't have anybody near me I can import fish from for a while, so. Okay, the odd jobbers are coming down, so I do feel pretty comfortable saying that I think these are causing that weird fluctuation at the moment as people have to retrain. Hopefully we have enough soil. Don't worry, we have the best kind of soil. They're called rocks. Yeah, and you can see how the color's different even. When it gets to the deep water, it definitely changes. Just like this one. Chet is really invested in defending Shinosuke. You know how much they love you, Shinosuke, is all I have to say. A less loving chat would have thrown you to the wolves. I always loved the architecture on stone bridges. When I was in China, anywhere you went that had lots of like little rivers and lakes and whatnot, just had tons of these little like small footpath stone bridges. Always an arch. Very, very cool looking. You can see little clumps of soil even in deep water. I disagree. Look at this. Strong railing. Over here in the shallows, yeah, that's the fishery stuff. But here, no. Definitely not. See, look, the boat even went through. That proves it. The boat went underneath there. I saw it. That's actually all right. I don't love how bridges are done. I wish I just had a dedicated bridge button, but in the end, we get there. See, they're mucking it out to put footings in. You're gonna see my beautiful bridge here. I'll show you all. I'm gonna show you all my beautiful fountain that I'm gonna go put in. Nope, not you. Fountain. Upgrade. There you go. Be happy. They are up to 605, so they are definitely increasing. And you're pretty low priority, if I'm going to be honest. That's not very high density. So humans, you get the next set of wells. They look like they're dropping soil in the middle. They're mucking it out, is what they're doing. We're getting some good footings in there. See how it changes to stone railing for the deep water? You have to dig through all the silt at the bottom so you can get a good footing in there. You don't want to be like that bridge that just collapsed in China where it was moored in a bunch of dirt. There he is bringing the stone over like a good man. Yeah, see, there's technically dirt here now because there are people walking across it. Before they couldn't get through this deep water, so that's definitely made it walkable. He's gonna muck that out. You'll see. You'll see. And then over here, we're gonna want a small warehouse and a loader. And we're going to load fish, and we're going to deliver fish to the Dondorians. I guess there's no reason not to plan some of that. So give me logistics, warehouse. Now, like I said, small. We don't need this to be huge. I also need to fit... In fact, let's not do the warehouse first. Where are we going to put the loading station? Obviously, it wouldn't fit like that. South side seems like it would be better. I'm gonna want to have some walk space. Okay, if we plunk it there, and we do roads there. Okay, hey everybody. Fancy seeing you here. More road there. Warehouse. And we want a wooden warehouse. All right, can we make you... Okay, that's fine. One... Okay, that's going to be... If we do this, right? No, that's probably too big. Yeah, that's too big. Shrink that. Shrink that. This is definitely oversized, but I think that's okay. All right, that allows the fish to be stored in the warehouse locally if it doesn't get loaded. If somehow this is overwhelmed, I'm gonna say construct, but then I'm gonna immediately pause, and we're gonna suspend this. We'll see if we can do it without a warehouse, and we'll just rely on shipping it out. But I want to plan it just in case we need it. All right, and then we may also need access to this. So let's do... road to there. And since we're doing road to there. Okay, and then, I mean, I didn't do all this. Yeah, see, they mucked it out. You can even see the shadow. There's a shadow of a bridge right there. Guy's trying to gaslight me into there not being a bridge. Not gonna work, builders. Not gonna work. Alright, and then you... Or fishermen. I usually like these to be 5 or 6-ish. We're gonna have problems if I go too big. Let's go 5 here. That's fine. And storage, we just want you as close as we can down there. And this is the painful one, is getting these auxiliaries to fit. Alright, that's actually not too bad. Oh, that's very much not too bad. Okay, you are fine. You can go there, in fact. Done. High time for your people were brought closer. I propose a trade agreement. Alright, you know what? Sure, why not? I thought I was going to conquer you today, and that's just not going to happen. Best laid plans of builders and mice. Okay, about a 5, I think. Seems to be about right. Minimum storage. And whatever is a 50. There we go. Yep. All right, we're gonna fish this whole bloody island, but we'll start with this. Also, we did pick up those pools. Let's look at that. So, how could I use that? Okay, we could get water in here. So, what do Kryptonians like? God, you know, nowadays I can't imagine ever going swimming in a public pool. I've seen too much. I know too much. But man, when I was a kid, that was really fun. Alright, they just like skinny dipping in general, so I guess it doesn't matter what I give them? Is that true? You guys have to have some kind of preference, right? It's gotta be one in here somewhere. Pool type. Pond. You guys like ponds too? Okay. This is gonna cause all kinds of diseases. I just want to go on record. Babel doesn't think this is a good idea. They like ponds, huh? Oh, I guess I could have done it this way too. Humans and Dondorians like pools. Kryptonians like... I guess they like to muck around. Alright. Now, we also know we don't want to undersize this too much because... yeah, it's gonna get really crowded. Especially because I don't really have a good spot to get... I guess we could bring water in here. Actually, no, I guess we could get water in. Yeah, this is kind of an industrial area, though. Yeah, I didn't really plan to build this. I thought the baths would do the same thing, but not the case, apparently. Okay, so... how big do I want you to be? Okay, more than that. Alright, we'll try that. I can always expand it, I suppose. Alright, we're gonna need to bring the canal over to there. Alright, and then I almost certainly am gonna need to try to get at least another pumper. We're already not pumping enough, so probably 2. Alright, Kryptonians, don't say I never do anything for you. They should have had the Kryptonians only want the most fancy of bathhouses. Way to play into stereotypes, Song of Six. Just because they're pigs. I don't know why, but that made me think of Porco Rosso. That's a really good movie. Any Porco Rosso fans? Anyone even know what it is? Enclave. Babble, how you manage is beyond me, but your stench reaches all the way to the realms of Kersinki. And let me tell you, it's unbearable, and we must simply be compensated. He wants me to give him 2 of my vassals. We gotta go deal with this person. No. We are gonna have to go deal with this. Man, that sucks so bad. That we pissed them off because we were gonna conquer when we got attacked. Had I known how that was gonna go down, we should have just let ourselves get sacked and dealt with that. And of course, we're kind of poor at the moment. Shields of Vengeance. That is basically what we could afford, would be the Shields of Vengeance. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that. And I think you guys are gonna be taken off of guard duty. We're gonna bring everyone. I don't think we have any choice. We're just not gonna have guards for a hot minute. They're not even done training, but we're just gonna have to make do, I think. Because I think we have an attack incoming soon. We'll just have to pray that the numbers that we have here will be enough. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can hold out for just a little bit more money. Yeah, let's try. If he starts marching, we'll pull, but man, I'm very disappointed in how that went down. Stupid pirate. All right, anyone gonna come finish this, or are we good? I purposely left some room here. Some nice lighting in. Maybe we have a few benches. Why is... Oh, the water's not making it there by 1 square. Okay. Please hire up what I'm asking you to hire. That's pretty funny. I thought that was broken. Elf pirate. Of course it had to be an elf. Baz would still be another one I would like to do. Because it's only coal, it's really cheap to run. And we're actually very close. 50 knowledge. Maybe when we decide to expand our knowledge, maybe we grab that. We're at 17 at the moment, so then the building would definitely do it. All 3 of them like Baz. It's a health thing. And it just needs some coal to run. That doesn't sound too bad. Alright, we have some water, but not enough pressure. I keep upping this, but we're not getting full employment either. Alright, this should make them way more efficient, though. Some of these people, I think, are running all the way down here to Skinny Dip. We could run an irrigation line up this side, and then we could put another pool in somewhere in this neighborhood. We'll see how much this helps. Okay, and then for the humans... I probably can get water in here. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit awkward. Which one? I probably want to take it from... I probably want to take it from here, in all honesty. So, how am I gonna do that? We get water over... Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be like here. So we're gonna want to get water somehow to here. So maybe we'll go down this road. We'll cut over water to there, and then we'll bring it way over to here. Hey, Tricks Giggles 7778. Saw you were live while binging Scroll of Taiwu. Wanted to say I was enjoying the series. Well, thank you, man. How far are you? Not to spoil anything, but I think the series is going to be coming to a head this next weekend. I think we're going to do Jade Maiden. I think we're going to start that next time. And then when we're done with that, I think we're on the no brakes on this train to the end. So I'm kind of expecting within the next 5 streams we'll be done. All right, I think this is going to happen. Okay, we're definitely need to hire up more pumpers. Yeah, because we're not even getting that. Bad teachings. Somebody has been spreading leaflets about the teachings of the burnt prophet, filling the heads of our subjects with ideas such as all are created equal, pacifism, self-rule, and such rubbish. As a result, our subjects' loyalty will be diminished for some time. We do not know who is responsible for this, but the paper smells like it's from the faction of Kurskinski. On the bright side, we now have more international support. I see. Well, either way, I'm glad you're enjoying that, Tricks. If you like that one and you finish it, maybe also check out the Wandering Sword, which is more of a traditional RPG, or Tale of Immortal, which is more cultivation but with a little more twin stick shooter. I'm 30. Okay, you are almost caught up. Nice. Okay, yeah, I think let's sketch in this water. This is gonna be a really crappy project, but it is what it is. I guess we can give them some water, not that they need it, but yeah. All right, now, I don't want to run here, so I think we are gonna do a culvert. All right, so... What's that? I guess we need to take that out. We'll remove that. All right, yeah, we may culvert this whole thing, actually. I was just gonna run it, but it's really harsh on logistics, and this is a pretty busy road. So maybe we will culvert, and we'll just culvert over. That makes it way less painful on that end. Doing it surprisingly well for his life. Dune did have a good run, yes. I was actually a little worried I was gonna finish the game with him. I'm torn. It was good that things happened, but it would have been cool there too. Yeah, we had a couple close calls. I definitely, if I wasn't so stubborn, we probably should have a movement power that teleports me really far away. But then again, at the point I'm at, most enemies just won't let you run away. Like, there's just no way you'd do it. Even if I could bounce back, I could not channel for like 5 seconds or whatever it takes to actually get out of the fight. They would hit me and cancel it. All right, these are gonna be a little on the annoying side to get in. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm heading to this area, so yeah, let's just continue down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there. I really wish the last one I dropped would leave something so I could visually make sure that's working. I mean, I guess this works this way too. What do we want? So for this one, we're gonna want water here. And then humans like actually having a pool. And I'm just gonna pool max. There you go. That should work. Let's make sure that works before I do anything else. We're also short on metal, so that's gonna take some time. They have to hit you at 4 range. A single retreat can prevent that. I guess that's true, Shinosuke. But like Mr. Teleporty guy, that wouldn't have helped. Never realized how much upkeep you have to do every month. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if you're done doing it on camera, it's not so bad, right? Like you can just chill and do whatever you want in any order. But I try to keep things moving along and zippy, so I try to keep I'm gonna do this and then this and then this and this, which is good for trying not to forget things, but it also is, I don't know, it does make for the best viewing. It's come to our attention that patrol routes of your guards have shifted over time closer to the centers of population to combat the relative lawlessness of your capital. The visibility deters crime, but the outskirts of your capital have become rather unsafe. Changing the patrol routes would safeguard against outside threats at the cost of lowering perceived safety. Change the routes, that's fine. A little bit less law. But we caught smugglers and got money. Well, there you go. Easy come, easy go. Okay, well. Cotton looking good now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Do we... Let's turn you back on. We turned you off because we were so short. Okay, they are absolutely loving their pond. So there you go. That's something at least. But that is going to be it for tonight. We are past our 4-hour mark. A little bit of a bumpy one. I'm a little annoyed yet again. So those UI things definitely annoy me in this game. Not enough to ruin it, but man, those annoy me. It should not be that hard to do the things I want to do with military. I think we're trying to reinvent the wheel when we don't need to be reinventing wheels. But carry on we must. Let me ask a question for my live viewers here. We have on the 5th, so Wednesday, a new patch finally coming out for Solar Nations 2. I think I'll probably throw this up as a poll, but let me just get a dipstick of people who actually watch live. Would we be interested in some Solar Nation 2 streams, or should I just continue to do that as video? I don't know where that would fit into my current schedule. Taiwu probably won't finish until this weekend. And Dragon Sword, we probably have 3 or 4 more streams before we finish that. So we could call 6 finished, which I'm not really done with it, but we could if people weren't caring. I'll have to look at the stats on it. I don't want to get 3 games in rotation in the same slot, so we could wait until either 6 finishes or Dragon Sword finishes, or I could work on those as another video series, which is fine, and that would be fine. Let me see what people have on that. Watch for a poll on the YouTube channel. I think I'll probably do that. I'll put up a poll and see what people are thinking. Because the Solar Nations videos were very popular, and he's adding some nice stuff. He's adding mission trees, if that tells you anything. So it should be pretty cool. We will probably do the later start period, so not the early start that I shouldn't have probably done. And we'll probably play as one of the Mars nations, is kind of what I'm thinking. So, Song of Six is it is a big game. My goal for this series, if you remember, was to conquer the river valley that we're in, and we're 60% of the way there. So I wouldn't say it would be a fail, but I'm still enjoying the game, current frustration aside. So I'm learning, and usually as long as I'm still learning something new, I'm usually pretty happy. So we got a lot more work to do, that's for certain. And the further I go in every playthrough, the better next playthrough will be. So there's also that. Okay, let me see. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Imperium said I'd watch either. I think a change of pace would be nice. Okay, like I said, watch for that poll, and if you see it, please vote on that. Advisory, as always, not binding votes. All right, as always, guys, if you enjoyed yourself, don't forget to leave a like on the video. Just a reminder, I record on Tuesdays, and I'm mowing out in the smoke, apparently. So we'll be live with Taiwu on Wednesday, and then whatever I decide to do on Wednesday evening, and then we're back again on Friday morning and Friday evening. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back. If you want to support the channel, like Slice and Haas have done, you can always become a member of the channel, leave a super chat when I'm live, or check out the Patreon link to the channel info if you just want to leave a tip. I also have a free Discord. You're welcome to join. I do an announcement in the announcement channel before I go live. So if YouTube doesn't let you know when I'm going live, that will be a way to get a notification. If you just want to mute that channel and talk games, organize some multiplayer or something, you're welcome to do that too on the channel. It's fun enough and people are pretty nice. Either way, thank you guys for your patience. Please be patient. I'm a streamer is all I can say. And Gray and others, thank you for your help tonight. And I will see you guys live on Wednesday. Be on the lookout tomorrow morning. The Cataclysm Last Generation series is going to get started. If that has any interest to you, a watch on that when it goes live would be really helpful to me. I need to judge how much effort I should continue putting in that series. I'm having a ton of fun recording it, but if no one's going to watch it, I should move on to other projects. So if you're interested in that series, maybe find time tomorrow at some point to watch it. All right, guys, I'm going to go get some dinner. I hope you had fun. I will catch you in the next one. Babel out.